My hair is crazy. Don't worry about it. Why did I just get that? Like, I have not had sexual relations. Why did I just get that gravel in my voice randomly? Oops. My hair is everywhere, screaming infidelities. Like, just go ahead and make this go over here. God, I need to bring more emotes over to Twitch, because seeing that random grin thing is really, really weird. Mikhail and Beth and PageBot and JP and okay, I have to figure out even what I want to do though here. This is definitely a I title doesn't lie. What mods do I even use though? Some of the mods are under my face. Don't worry about it. I have the 300-point thing because I wanted to be able to try out like all the ridiculous things. Let's see if we get to that. We're not doing the sprinters. Hey, that bull dede. What's going on? I feel like I'm like that. I just stuttered when I said that. Oh, automatic refueling. So we're gonna like start the game and see what goes horribly wrong, and then try to just keep fixing it until I get a bunch of mods at work with what I'm trying to do, and we go from there. One of the things that I'm trying to do is, okay, adaptive traits. That didn't work last time, but there was an update to that, so that's fine. Auto mechanics, auto reload, automatic refueling. Yes, I like the idea of why do you always get trapped at a gas pump when back in '93 they did have the whole you can auto refuel and everything. Hey Dark King, hey Shadow and Tierra, hey Kale. You cooking? Is that the slang as the kids say these days, or are you actually cooking? I have no idea. And do adaptive traits work with become brave and become desensitized? I'm not sure, but I hope they do. 13 challenging traits that add injuries to the start of the game. Yeah, sure. I mean, we can just start that at any time. Change sandbox settings in single player. I don't know if it'll let me do that. I don't even know how to bring that up. But I'm gonna do it. Choose your spawn. Yeah. Great to catch me out. Hey, the copy sloth. Hey, Natasha, what's going on? Just don't have the character jump off the house again, and it'll be fine. JP, we don't have to talk about that. I don't even know what you're talking about. There's no there is proof. Dadgummit. Twitch, why do you let people clip things and it stayed longer than the original clip? My God. The hotbar thing wasn't working, which is a shame. Attack speed traits. I'm not doing that. Common sense core. Yeah, it's the trait thing. Common sense. I can't remember what common sense does, but I do want common sense. Conditions on dash. I want conditions on dash. Hey, Kale. Conditional speech. No. Wrong kind of long-term view. Aubrey. Hey there. Oh, hey, Aubrey. What's going on? Yeah, all the names are messed up anyway because they took away names and made us all use our user something or other, and that's a thing now. I'm assuming this is gonna go wrong. It's gonna give me all of the errors. We're gonna figure it out. Detailed descriptions for occupations and trades. Does this work in this build? Draw on the map. I want to be able to draw on everything. I don't care if my backpack is dynamic upgrades. Easy spare magazine reload. Press Y. At least it doesn't say press Q, so I'll click it. Wait. Wait. Marks traits that can be lost earned with D. PD means that they are permanent if picked in character creation, but if not picked, they are dynamic and obtainable, losable during the game. Include support for popular mods. Do not require main mod to be ran. Okay, what? Makes majority of vanilla dynamic traits, meaning you can earn them as you play. Additionally, adds a few traits, making them all optionally dynamic. Oh, and it straight up says incompatible with dynamic traits. What was dynamic traits again? Wait. This is evolving traits. Where's dynamic traits? I have adaptive traits. Oh God, I have too many things that say traits on there. Well, I don't have one that says dynamic traits. It just have dynamic combat trait. I don't know. I'm gonna overload the game. It's fine. Good evening. Hey L. Fluffy hair. No. Extra gun slot. No Mexican carry, please. I didn't make that term, by the way. It's what you put in your waistband. It's the dumbest thing in the world. Don't do that, because you got either you risk losing your in a pinch. It is. Listen, in real world, there are ways to improvise ways to carry a pistol without pointing it straight at your crotch and hoping you don't accidentally pull the trigger out of reflex, or pointing it at your butt and hoping it doesn't fall down your pants and your belt stays tight in all circumstances, because there's the most flexation in like your belt and near your backside. Are you kidding? Like, I have it downloaded, but I don't like it. I don't think. No. Functional applies. No. Traits magazines. Yes, I do want to try that out. Like, you can learn traits like organized and nutritionalist through magazines. Cool. Has been read. Yep, want that. Handlebars preppers. Better equipment and random items in pack. Requires VFE. Hey, Blue Mocha Nighty. Subliminal sublime. I'm playing build 42. If it's build 41, I'm good to go. I know in build 41 like what I'm good to go with. Is because it's build 42. 42.13.1 whatever, which is like the you want mods? Let's break all of them. Update. It breaks all the things. Legendary caps, legendary duffel bag, legendary backpack. If these are in here, legendary katana, makes it possible to find 3 types of katanas in the world. Upgrades the rare, epic, and legendary quality. Will this make things just too common? I wonder if it will. Legendary satchel, legendary tactical knife, legendary fanny pack. I have no idea. Map legend, sure. John legend, no. How about metal spears? No, is Brittany. Map symbol sliders. Okay, yeah, try that. I downloaded a lot of things. I was like, I'll figure it out later. I don't know when later is. When later is right now. More description for traits. Yes, for this patch. Adds more details and description of most traits, explaining their effects instead of leaving the player guessing. Yep, please. More spawns. A random gun store firing range. What? Okay, well, this says it works. More traits. I don't know if I need more. I'm gonna add it anyway. Disable prepare traits? I don't know what that does. Disable specialized. More traits, dynamic traits. Oh, is this dynamic traits? I don't know. Dependencies are what? Okay, we'll figure it all out. We'll figure it out as it goes. Oh God. Pillows random spawns. This thing I hate so much. You can't do Louisville. But you can do pillows random by Louisville by neighborhood. Okay, cool. Progressive multi-hit. Oh, does proximity inventory work again? Please, for Radar Z, do you work again? Please do. No, I'm not gonna actually. I need to die easier. Random zombies. Nope. No. Replace bandage did not work. Show weapon status. I'm iffy about. I can go look. I can get surprised when it just breaks. Breaks. I don't need to customize. Well, adds faces, visible muscles, and other new customizable options. Never mind, I need that. As freckles, moles. Ooh, uh-oh. But, like, if I go down... Okay, like, I went down a rabbit hole. Whoops. I did not mean to go down it. I've apparently done nothing but go in the wrong direction in raft today. Hey, Caleb, what's going on? Well, they've released, yeah, that is a very true thing. It went outdated because of that. Yeah, I know. I know. Doesn't make me any less sad about, like, how do I please? As new skill in the survival category called toughness. The character's mental resilience to hardship of the apocalypse. Each level, yeah, I want that. Traits purchase system. Let's not yet play with fire. Vanilla firearms expansion. I don't know if I want that. Okay, fine. It is build 42.13. I should mod load order at the top. But this one is for the right build. Oh, this is for the vanilla bug fixes. Oh, it's got to be implemented first. I remember grabbing that one. It's like, oh, it literally fixes things that are in this build that broke. That's all it's supposed to be there for, not to make anything better. Where am I? Bicycle? I'll add bicycles back. They'll get me killed. They will get me killed. Let's see. Oh, I found this weapon pack. It's like, it's 40 new melee weapons. I'm gonna try to add as many weapons as possible and keep it down to very few spawns and see if it just overloads the game with a lot of weapons and then take things back out. Like Mad Axe's melee weapon pack reworked. Yep, all the weapon packs, all of them loaded. See what happens. Save this as way too many mods. Okay. Now the mod order though, I've got to put the fixing whatever at the top apparently. Yep. Put it at the top. It says put it at the top, so I'm gonna put it at the top. Is it happy now? It's happy. How about I hit auto? What does it do? Wait. Where did it put that? Where did it put add traits, adaptive traits. Where did it put the, oh my god, where did it put it? Do we not get that anymore when I hit auto? I hit auto and I don't know what I did. Legendary, rework, more descriptions, more spawns, has been, proximity, right click to set alarm. Uh-oh. That one was failing on us, but it's in there. Vanilla. No, I'm gonna hit back. I have no idea where that went. Yeah, I mean, add the change. Mod order though. Isn't this one saying no because it's too... Where to go? Where did it go? I just... Oh, it doesn't work. Incompatible with mod load order sorter build 42. It's incompatible with loading it. Okay. So it becomes incompatible the moment you say mod order and have it auto sort. Okay. Okay, I see you. I see you. Oh, God. Okay. Well, at least it told me now. That's it. Clean UI is gone. Ban is week 1. That's fine. I need to do week 1 mod eventually. Because week 1 is apparently hard. I'm not doing it now, but I'm going to do it. Okay, well, I'm going to hit the auto thing. Okay, I'm gonna hope for the best when I do that. Open for the best. Save it. Way too many mods. Except this is going to go wrong. All right, let's do this. Let's go solo. Oh, I have a lot of mods now. We will go sandbox, which will basically be apocalypse, but uh-oh. Didn't I... Do I not have the mod on that there's another town over here? Let's not do random spawns right now. Jesus H. Oh, I have all the random spawns. Okay. Yeah. I can do it by neighborhoods. Oh, this is... That's such a bad idea that I should not. Yeah, just have me spawn in Constown. I think I have it enabled, so hopefully it'll work. If it doesn't, well, no, there should be a town here now. Except for, I thought the map would show that. Okay, cool. And what are the... Apocalypse modified you cheater points you. Did I... Yeah, I gave myself cheater points to test things out. Oh, random sprinter amount. I gave myself those points because there were sprinters. I don't, and saliva only. Yeah, sprinters. That's why that was on there. Oh my god. What is this? I don't know what these parameters mean. Of the legendary katana breaking? I don't know what these... Oh god. Okay, these all just exist, and we're just gonna accept they exist. And we're not gonna worry about it. We're not gonna even... Don't even worry about it. I get 100 points. Muscle strain, I hate. Next. Okay. What did I add by doing that? I don't want to be anything else. I already decided what I want to be, though. Not a nurse, because somehow I can try to die as a nurse, and I'll still live as one, so I'm not gonna be one, because that... I wanted to prove a point. That went wrong. I won't ever forget. I can't be veteran, though. I can't see if it's working. The other trait. Nimble and reloading. Maybe police officer. Maybe something strong. Maybe a lumberjack. Yeah. Lumberjack. Okay. Whoa. You were prepared to stock up on ammunition before civilization fell. You began with a modest amount of various types of ammunition in your inventory. What? Prepared carpentry. What? Okay, whoa, there's more things over here. This is sensory overload. There are so many traits now. Burn ward patient. Oh god, I'm not starting as that. A traumatic experience. Observing fire gives you panic and anxiety. I like setting things on fire though. I can't do that. Let's see. I got 100 free points. Let's not worry about the bad ones yet. Let's worry about the, oh my god, there's way too many traits. Oh, I might not like this unless I have it already set. Jesus H. Look, I have descriptions on here to tell me what traits actually do, and it takes up half the damn screen that this because there's Terminator. You're all man, no machine, but with a firearm in hand, you well as may be a killing machine. I thought it said that I'm not a machine. I might as well be a machine. Hasta la vista, baby. Okay, cool. No, I'm not doing that right now, though. Specialization weapons? Oh my god. Oh, that's actually kind of cool though. That's starting off special. Oh, okay. You mean I can start off with some shit? That doesn't feel right. Wait. Second wind is a trait. Push your body to its limits when you're heading toward danger. If there are 3 zombies near you while you're exhausted or very tired, gain full endurance and restore fatigue. Second wind has a cooldown of 14 days. Cool. Yeah, I'll actually say that. That's actually a kind of cool thing. Indefatigable. Whenever you are reduced below 50% HP or dragged down, you are healed to 4 HP. This effect may only occur once per character, and it cures zombification. What? What is I get to come back from being zombie once? Okay, I'm gonna try. You're always quick on your feet. I'm not doing that. Okay. Ingenuitive. This is so much for me to figure. You know what? I'm gonna start off with a lot of things. I'm gonna pick something like awful over here, and strong, and I'm gonna say that I was specialized with weapons, and I'm gonna do all the things that I probably shouldn't do. But first and foremost, how about I just say restful sleeper. Fast gain of energy while sleeping. Suffers no penalties from sleeping on bad furniture or the ground. Automatically wakes up when fully rested. Okay. How about fast learner? I don't care about fast healer. How about not anti-collector? I don't care. I don't care. There's too many things. I've got overload. Practice swordsman. Don't tempt me. Gymnast. I was looking for something like that. Experienced expert driver. That looks no. Holy crap. Resilience. Isn't that Nick? Like the outdoorsman. Doesn't outdoorsman just give you all that? I don't know where things are anymore. There are too many. If this one more time, I cannot even. I can't. Zombie attacks are less likely to injure. Thick skin. Cool. Why not? I can't read things with so much description. It's so describing it. I don't know what it's describing. That's a problem. And I should figure it out. Not right now, but I should. How can I have athletic and fitness? Those don't go together. What is happening to me? Dexterous. That's what I was looking for anyway. Fast reader. Cool. Cool. Look at that. Let's look at the Butterfingers. Deaf. Alcoholic. Slowpoke. Made of glass. Car crash. Mundane. Crushed hands. No. Mauled. Start covered with several bites and a scratch. Sure. Make me start off panicking. Anti-gun activist. Student driver. Ooh, nope. Start with a bleeding gunshot to the head. No. No. God, there's so many no's in there. Hey, Larissa. Hey, Aisha. Hey, did I say that right? My brain is telling me I'm not. We're going. Agoraphobic, anemic. But I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not doing Sunday driver. I'm all scratch. Start covered in 10 scratches. I'm going to save this as. Oh, what WTF even is this? You know what? No, I'm going with the original spelling I just did. I don't know what I'm doing. Cool. Next. What new faces did we possibly get? First, let me just go Darkness is Forever, and I don't have pants on. What happened to my pants? Okay. Oh, see, I had pants. I don't appreciate not having pants. I feel like that was being debated. Customize a oh, I can get a little too customized. Oh, that's a rabbit hole. We're gonna close that out for right now. That's a rabbit hole. But I want lighter skin. Frank, Hank, Chris, Bob, James. Okay, I should wear pants. I don't know what else I should say to that, but like, I should wear pants. I should think about it. In 93, I couldn't grow chin hair in 93. I was so young. What am I talking about? I should wear a belt. Since this is as if I was as a veteran. We'll have sensible things. Hawaiian? No, formal. Why is it that color? Why does it hate black? Okay. That's a different kind of... Zombies won't ever see me if I wear it that color. Why is it picking a... Okay, you know what? That looks like a jean shirt. I don't know. Pants. Just any pants. Really, just wear pants. I advise wearing pants. How about some jeans? This looks a little bit more like what I'd actually wear. Glasses, no. Vest, no. Long socks, the white, sure. I'll wear some crew socks. Shoes. Not sneakers. Let's go. Let's see how badly this breaks. That's why I saved like some of those. Loading error. Errors are 7. There are already 7 errors. What errored out just trying to turn the game on? There's 8 errors. Hold on. This is exactly what I was like. Okay, there's a lot of things going wrong. Let's see what mods I have to turn off immediately. Let's check that. The Zomboids did not steal my pants, hopefully. If I had tearaway pants, like I would name my... If I could have tearaway pants by zombies, I just name myself Dwight. And every zombie, I would try to find a mod to put a name above their head and it just says Jim. And we just do that. The game's not going to load, is it? I need to know which ones wouldn't let you load, though. Oh, wait, it might be the city. I don't know if the town actually will load correctly, so it might take a second. Please hold. I would have done this all in my spare time. What spare time? Sure, that spare time. Oh, God. Come on. If we can get past... You see this spinning sperm? Or, what do people call it? Spinning wheel? I shouldn't call it spinning sperm. Most of the spinning wheels nowadays have a bigger head and a tail, and it goes in a circle, and it looks like an Ouroboros with a white big head, and it makes me think it's the sperm who will never make it. They'll never get, like, the circle does not get the square. You cannot just sit. You gotta straighten it out and swim with the stream, and then you'll be able to be a person. Like, that's why I think, like, the spinning wheel is a sperm. I think the game will not even load. It might be because I chose the city that might not load. I don't know if the city actually works with this, because now it's on the first dot of loading. It's not even giving me ... loading. It's just like, yeah, bro, we tried loading. We didn't like it. I'm gonna try this pantsless. I'm gonna pick that other character. They're gonna have no pants because I don't want to remake a character. I didn't save that. I saved everything leading to this, but not the pants. No pants. Oh God, wait. Oh yeah, I crashed it. Okay, well, that's the first crash. And. Excuse me. And bless me. Sorry. What do I say when no one can actually say something back? Whoops. Yeah, I broke it. I broke it. Hold on. Don't know about panic. Close program. Exit game. Like give it a chance. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get to see if I can get to 300 mods in the game. That's about the max I ever did. I've played over 1,000 hours of this game. What? When did that happen? When did I play that what? That took me by surprise. I'm sorry. I've put 1,032 hours into this game. What? When did that happen? There's got to be something I'm not thinking of, because that is ridiculous. There's no way. I haven't looked at that in a while. If it crashes again. If it crashes again, the timbre of my voice. The timbre of my voice just like changed really fast. That made me think I would have won a slide. Okay. Mods. Okay. Listen. Way too many mods is loaded. With that said, what do I think broke it the worst? It couldn't even load. Detailed descriptions for occupations and trades. Yeah, that was driving me crazy. Draw on the map. Okay, that wouldn't crash it. Has been read. Immersive barricade, so it might not. Kill count might break it. Kill count might break it. Map legend. That actually might break it. Trying to put a map legend on there. A UI. I'm making some guesses here. I can add them back later. Ooh, where's that city? I tried to load into that city. I don't think that city will work. It's not Taylorsville I try to load. Where did I try to load into? Vanilla repair overhaul. Where am I? Bicycle. God, I don't actually know what broke it. I don't know what broke it. How about I try loading into a place that's not that city? And just assume that one place. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. We're gonna try to not load into that city. How about we go the complete wuss? 10 errors. Give me the errors. Tell me. No! No, not report a bug. Get rid of that. Bring back my error report. You had a report. Where did my error report go? Okay, but like, where did my error report go? Please show me. Okay, mods. Disable all. Accept. Okay, hold on. Hey, sarcasm. How many times have I died today? I guess once, since I haven't gotten the game to load. Made $20 yesterday by letting someone tase me. I'd call you an idiot for that. That won't change anything. You do it again, probably for 15. So, like, you know what? We're just accepting this, and we're gonna try loading this not in the city that I think is not loading correctly. $20 is $20, says the person who hasn't been tased. Okay, like it's we probably shouldn't. Oh, all of the sandbox ones are dead. Okay, cool. I don't know how to. Okay, well, Yeah, it figures that's what she said. I'm trying to dissuade people from doing bad things. So there's like, what is that bar said? Not stroking out over money. You know how else you can accidentally stroke out? I'll let anyone take a guess. It might have something to do with a taser, but that's more likely to cause like some kind of I was gonna say it could cause an arrhythmia. It could go a little further than that. West Point's my fave. West Point gets me killed. I like West Point. I will say APOC modified you cheater, and where's the zombies? Stop making them being able to run. None. Next. Oh God. What even is this? Next. And me. No pants. Play. Hey, Thick Night Gaming. You can't just tell people to get to. Most people have never been tased. Didn't even really hurt until after like 50 seconds it started to burn. Well, that's, yeah, there's no pants. I'm going in with a hat and no pants because I got priorities. It is, listen, I'm playing as if it is 93. At that age, we couldn't afford AC. I would have had a hat on to protect myself from the sun and probably also not worn pants. It was a city. Okay, what all is breaking? It should immediately have errors popping up. Do I even get my, okay, 26 errors. Whoa, pause it. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm bitten and bitten. I can't even survive all this. Hold on. What? Are you kidding? Like, oh God. I started off bitten and I look like I am possibly on my period. And I just, because I'm no pants, no protection, but I can't see the, oh God, what have I done? What? I was going to say, where am I? Oh God. I meant to put pause on a different keybind and then F2 because I'm on my 65% keyboard. I can't get to F2 very fast unless I think about it. I was like, where is it? It's not where it's supposed to. It's because it's 2. And just go back. Just resume. Okay, pause it. Where's tell me where I'm. This is. Don't forget the belated dirge. I can actually, I think I can get the breath in me to do it. Can I do global look? I can. That's back. Okay. What is this? Designated zones. Farm animals need life, so I am not even touching that. Okay. Game unpause. Okay. I am definitely hurting. I definitely am bitten all over the place. Let's just unequip that and rip it up real fast. Rip clothing. Critical damage. Can I even rip this fast enough to not die? So I can figure out what is bandage. What is my head? My head is bleeding. That bleeds fast. Thighs bleed fast. That would be another. Then I'd say let's go for torso. Even though peripherals will bleed fast. Jesus. I didn't know it would get me with bleeding to start off. I was like, oh, start off with random injuries. Who? Okay, give me the errors. Where are the errors? I saw errors. Oh, I'm not looking too not looking too sharp here. I mean, I got the map, you know, I can see everything. Did that random town load? Is the town on the map? It should be on the map. Where am I? There's Rosewood. Oh, it did. Well, we're gonna have to drive over there and see what's what. I'll load once I die. We will load into Rosewood, and then just take the highway. But because I'm gonna die. I have no idea what is going on. When they'll add in tourniquets, I think they're implying when you bandage yourself that some of the like heavy lacerations that you are actually applying a tourniquet. Oh yeah, this is the start I wanted. A toilet I'm not. Dead mouse. I should probably tweezers. I'm not gonna. Do not look at my little bean with your dirty eyes. Thank you.
Tactical death upcoming.
Thank you so much, Jared. Everyone hashtag. It's not tactical death. It is. It's not tactical death. I'm so glad the global is working. I really appreciate. It's not attacked. It's not. You're making it sound. I'm gonna eat an entire ham. That'll probably heal me. And I'm gonna take chocolate milk with me. I'm eating an entire ham. It was fresh though. I am very full. Global. What's around me? What's in the what do I have any? Nope. Okay. Well, I can tell you right now, at least in my spawning location, there was no extra anything. I have a sheet that I can make a sheet sling out of, even though that's not going to get me very far. What does it say on that? It says something on that sheet. It's called no. Shut up. It's not called failure. No, don't reclaim. Don't reclaim. Move. No, it's not a dirty bandage. It's fine. Equip. Aware. My brain is not. Listen, brain. And I don't have the reordering mods trait on. I need to be able to reorder these. I need to be able to reorder. I can't. Okay, they're all getting dirty. I'm turning into a dirty boy. Digital watch. Yes. Don't send. Oh, my health is coming back, but all of my bandages are very dirty now. Where? And I have the time up here. It is 10:10. We can save for woodcraft, and I can get a bunch of tissues. Turn off. Oh, wait. We're gonna need to rip this. Would I look better in boxers? I think I'd look better in boxers. I think I look better. I think I'd... Yeah. There you go. See, if you're gonna go pantsless, you gotta know how to rock it properly. There's a TV. Why is the game jittering? What's going on? Do I have the frame? Did I do something to the frame rate? I think I might have. Turn on and like let's just don't have it so loud. The loudness in this build now does affect where you can sit and still learn something. Like you won't learn anything if it's the if the loudness is yeah, okay. Green couch, rest. Can I change bandages as I'm resting on the green couch? Remove bandage. Just sit down. It's just your left hand. Don't worry about it. I'm still bitten. How dumb is that? Why did it start me off? I thought it said it would start me off with some scratches. It started me off with bitten. That's not a scratch. Being bitten is right thigh. Don't release pressure on your thigh. There should be a way around this. Don't do that. Do I even have another rag? Nope, they're all dirty. Let me hobble to the kitchen. I just want to know some carpentry, so maybe I can find a knife, whittle a spear, and go down poking. I like to die, live and die or something and poke. I want to just live the dream. I want to poke. All bandages. Yeah, just watch all the bandages. That's fine. Errors. Oh, I don't have the mod on to let me know errors. Tell me the errors. Tell me the errors. Oh, okay. Common sense. Oh, immersive barricade strat did actually. Whoa, become brave broke. Become desensitized didn't, but become brave did. Cool. Notebook. Write it down. Okay. I thought I had a mod to tell me when things broke, but maybe that mod broke. I had a mod to tell me when things broke. Maybe that mod broke is one of the dumbest things I might have ever said. A barricade. No barricade. No barricades. Those all and no. And become brave broke? All right. Become desensitized did not. Common sense. All right. No, we don't get common sense. I'm writing down in this Thomas Paine, not common sense. Let's see if I remember that in 2 seconds. Change sandbox options. Why? But I need that. Isn't that just called having to, if you don't get that, you just have to go into sandbox options. Looks like I can change them. I think I can change them. I mean, they're right here and it is working. I think instead that one might be conflicting with another one that's broken. We'll just call it that. Let's not address the problem and see if it goes away on its own. Of all things, right click watch to set alarm. We know that doesn't work. Right click watch set alarm. Why is that on there? I thought I got that off of there. Care custom. No, but I want that to work. Okay, everything else is working though. Everything, even the one that doesn't have a description, that one's working. But all those are broken. Okay, I know what to take out. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. Okay, let's go die now. Because I am not starting off again with bites. I can't run. This is the fastest we go. Let me just go ahead and remove that head bandage real quick. I'm bitten everywhere. All right. Well, I mean, this character's doomed. But as long as they're doomed... Here, just go ahead and jump that fence for me. Oh. Nope, never mind. I was about to say, crawling is painfully slow. You know what is also painful and slow? Oh, Jesus. Oh, we spawned in such a good place, too. Oh, what bull? We're right next to all the good stuff. I could burn everything down. Do not set off an alarm. Dude. Okay, thank you. Skills. Oh my god. You see that my skills in combat are actually already a little partially goated in the moment I spawn in? That's cool. My fitness is peak. Okay. My strength is peak. I'll take that. That is not. It's not indicative of. No, don't shut. You mother. Get through there. Kill a thing if it's there. I am going to miss a show if you do not clear a house faster. I can't walk any faster. Nah. You're not gonna. Please don't let anything be in here, because I can't fight you off, please. Please, okay, thanks. Like, I truly, I 100%, and I'm not... not even trying, no, interpolating here. I cannot fight you off. Stop Cursing Mommy by Amalia Joseph. It cures boredom, stress, and unhappiness by a lot. By Stop Cursing. Stop Cursing Mommy as a book. I think that's in base game. I don't think I added that, and that's it. That's just a... Uh-oh. Did I hear a bang? I heard a bang. I don't like that. I'm gonna be quiet now. Grab. Equip primary. Like, yeah. Can I just... Oh my god. We have a fudgy pop. Eat all. We're eating all of it. It won't take away the pain or being bit or anything else. We have salami. It needs to be sliced. No. Okay. Turn on this TV. Cool. Turn on. Life and living. Fast forward. And fast forward a lot. All right. This really, really horny guy needs to be able to say some things. I'm hurting, apparently. I've got some overall mod. Oh, I'm dirty. That's why. For anyone who doesn't know, this Carpenter show, he is acting like he is really thirsty, and he's actually trying to trick someone to come try to save him because he is surrounded by zombies. Because he's teaching you like how to make barricades, how to make stairs, basically how to get to them, and he tells you how to make a sign. And he's trying to basically say, I made a sign. There are stairs I broke down. Here's how you can get to me. Ladies, come join me in death, or come like find me, because he's trapped. Door frames here we go. Yeah, he's trapped. So the thirst isn't as strong in him as it, he's. I mean, he could do with a glass of water. Let's see if I can kill anything in this state. Okay. By that, I meant like one or two things. See, witness me. Please see me. Just you. Okay, but like, just you. See that? See that? See that? See me? Okay. Okay, we gotta. They are faster than us. Oh, you had a knife. I was hoping that that knife would translate into carving a wooden spear. Errors are piling up. With every swing, another error. That's fine. Oh, I get pants. They have a hole in them. What's even the point of the pants then? No. Who? Where? Oh, I didn't invite you. I didn't invite you. I'm afraid to stamp up with my foot because I'm afraid it's gonna. I'm getting all the errors. Oh, there's a hole in the dress too. This is why we can't have nice things. No pants. We're gonna wear the pants. Okay, wearing pants got us another error. Oh, I've got a big hole. Don't get bit near the crotchular region. Is the lesson I'm learning here. In normal looting, I wanted to be able to get to the grocery store. Maybe we can still do that. Maybe I'm strong enough. Maybe I'm good and strong enough. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Doo 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 doo. All right, Your pants do not have holes in them. Where? Yeah, but these have more protection. The other pants have none. Drop. Whoa, why is my inventory carry capacity so high? Okay. Okay, I'm now thirsty. Okay, but I want in your house, and I didn't ask. Oh, I think there might be someone already in there. Oh, no. Did they just break the window to be a jerk and leave? No, that's cool, too. Oh, we have a vehicle. I'm being trusted now with things I should not. Who here eats onions? Okay, we're going to eat all of this TV dinner that's freshly cooked. How can TV dinners make your happiness go down? You know how much sodium is in those things to make it... Don't make it weepy. You know how much sodium is in a fresh TV dinner to make it taste good? Make it happy by eating the ice cream. Just grab the ice cream. We're going to get fat off of all this. It's fine. We're going to keep a rolling pin attached to our back. Because if we run out of one rolling pin, we'll go to the other. All right. Oh, wait. There's water. We need water. It's not called failure, by the way, still. I'm looking over there. That's the last thing seen. And I'm just like, it's not. I'm weepy. Yeah, we're gonna get through the clothing. Okay, okay. My clothes are washed. My bandages. Okay. Okay. Now I just hurt, which might be a good thing. Just normal hurting. What does this say about my health? Dirty bandage. Remove. Bitten and infected. Okay, well, that was to be expected. Unless you use something you're infected. Okay. No one saw that coming. How about the thigh? There's no chance that I'm... Okay, and it's infected. It's fine. No. But, like, I can't strike out completely. Like, if I get some more rags going on. Like, there's no way that I'm going to sit here and wash all bandages and then just come over here and immediately find out it's all infected. Scratched and infected. But, like... It's just a flesh wound. It's not, it's infected. Okay. 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 We're not starting with that mod for a while here without figuring out why. Why did it give me so many bites? This is our max speed. We're zooming right now. What? Legendary backpack. Encumbrance reduction 99%, and it holds 1.5 liters of water, and it's got a capacity of 49. This is ridiculous. What? What? I can hold everything. What? Gained high thirst. Oh, come, just because I'm drinking? Mauled by an animal, start covered with several bites and a scratch. Oh, they're bites from an animal. Oh, I have high thirst. I gained the, okay, I have to wean myself off of water, as most humans must. Most humans have to wean themselves off of water. We get off the teats, and then we get off the water, and then we become as God. And we just live forever without any need for thinking about the consequences. No, we don't. 81% condition. How much fuel? How much? Is the backpack pink or salmon? That is an excellent question. It's not quite a complicated answer. In fact, the answer is just... And also... with a little bit of... I saw that my mic was doing weird things, but I hope that answered your question. All right, we're taking the legendary backpack and we're hobbling. There's no better word for... I was gonna say we're gonna run on it. No, we're not. We're hobbling. Belt left, belt right, webbing right, webbing left, backpack bottom. This backpack is amazing. Why do I have to be so torn up? Mr. Bowlcut's gonna kill me, possibly. I don't know if I'm allowed to start this strong ever again. Look how I got all the strength. There's holes in the jacket. All right, we're going for the one place that I know would tell me the things I need. But first, we're gonna have to go to, unfortunately, the place that gets me killed every time. We're going to the pharmacy. It's right here. Do I need to disinfect this? Listen, the character's name is Darkness. I'm wearing it. That is salmon. Go look what color is salmon and you'll find I am right. Because you're going to see a litany of fish and they're all going to be the whole range of all the colors that I will call salmon if I am wearing them. Which means I'm right. Also, I need to remember to forage for keys. Like to stores and things like that. The backpack is salmon. Okay, so that door's locked. This is fine. This is fine. Now to get the keys to spawn, you usually need to be in the store. Like if I drag these guys in the store with me and I kill them, the likelihood that they might have the key to the store goes way up. That's how that works. So there is a difference between killing them in the store and not. All right, apparently we're going to do this one way or the other, so. All right. Window, remove broken glass. Come on. Get through there. There they come. This is another way to get a key, though. Just the very direct route. No! No! I don't know. Whatever's fresh is the bad thing. I'm okay with sacrificing this character, though. Upper torso, bitten and bleeding. Okay, that bite will not heal. That's not a bite that will heal. No, I have the trait on that I get one bite and I'll come back from it. That's right. Do I have the trait on? I don't know if it was a trait. Oh, my bucket hat fell off. That's great. Well, okay. First, pharmacy. Do you have a key? A key? A key? A key? A key. God, the last time I found a key of the pharmacy. Where was it? The toolbox in the back. This game is such a troll. And that's fine. I need to drink milk. I found this great bag and I'm gonna die. Did I drink milk? I was about to say, I don't even have milk? Wait, no, don't drink the milk! I have high thirst! No! Alright, never mind. I do not have outlines on. There we go. Find the. Okay. We might be drinking the rat poison soon. Hold on. Nuts and bat bolts. Measuring tape. I'm always willing to bring along a measuring tape. Because sometimes people want to start a measuring contest. And you need the tape. Don't think too hard about that. Alcohol wipes. That won't help me anymore, will it? This is all about just grab all. Grab. Gib. Pretzels. Grab. Pretzels in my inventory list. I tried for 2 seconds. I was like, let's do the stereotypical YouTuber thing. No. Oh, the magazines. Do I get magazines that'll teach me something? TV monthly 16. No. Brochure. Flyer. Wait. West Point DIY. What would that tell me? It's junk. Birthday card. Paperback. Addiction and substance. Makeup guide for girls. Nope. No. I don't like any of these things. They don't help me. There's gotta be more. Bandages. These are disinfected. These bandages count as being disinfected, which is exactly what I want. Tongue depressor. Okay. Well, I mean, we're like officially bitten, so we're just hobbling away from the scene of the crime. We're just gonna get worse. Oh, give me more. Take painkillers. Take pills. Now we're good to go. Can we walk normally now, please? I will shove so many painkillers down your throat. Why are you walking so fast? You way too spry. I don't like that. Okay. Someone else got something? There's a key. Is there something? I just want to get to the store. Oh, there's so many over there to try to get to the store. Oh, well, that won't work anyway. Oh, they were just walking around. Okay. Are you still hurting so much that you're... Can we please just... I know it's hard to focus. I'm gonna take more pills. Here, just take pills. Take more. Munch on them. Yeah, because whenever you're told to take aspirin, make sure you put the whole bottle to your mouth and make a crunch sound. It's basically phasmophobia. Sanity medication, pop bottle, all the things. Uh-oh. Is there a key? No. Get out. Where are you? Well, I mean, I've got a 237 errors, but this backpack ain't one. Oh. I'm just trying to find balance in a second here, because the balance will be, can I walk into a Gigamart and find all the weapons? Last time I did weapons mods and build 41, that was the problem. You could basically walk into the Gigamart and all the weapons were there. I do not want that. Instead, we are going to limp gingerly toward, I guess, that same place. And on the way, I'm gonna have fries. My sense of taste is off right now, and it sucks because things taste a little weird. You know the thing that sucks the most, though? How many people are gonna realize that I'm definitely from the South and I was born in Georgia after I say this? You know what sucks the most? I'm not doing very well with food. I'm not doing well with a few things. Figuring out that I wasn't tasting things correctly, the first thing I did, like any other responsible person would do, first thing I did, tested multiple things on like, what does that taste like? And then immediately poured a lot of hot sauce onto my tongue. Now, you might say, that's stupid. Shut up. To everyone else that says that's stupid and then has a follow-up question, I don't know how to answer your question, but I will say it was Frank's Red hot sauce. And that's what shows that I actually am born in the Southern Store, because I didn't grab that Texas Pete bowl. I didn't grab any of that other. I didn't grab anything but the most. I grabbed Frank's Red Hot and I started trying to chug it, and it just did not. Frank's Red Hot is the best hot sauce. And if you think differently, just remember, hot sauce is technically a kink, so you're wrong, or you need to be better with your kinks. Spice is not a flavor, but if you like spice, it means your body likes having a little bit of pain, which, sorry, whatever that says about you, you got to come to terms with that, not me. But after you get over the spice, there's a lot of good flavor in that. I then proceeded to cover a salad that I'm surprised I kept down with about I'd say a fifth of a bottle, fourth of something like that of Frank's Red Hot, because I was like, no, don't take the one joy of like being able to taste food in any capacity away from me. But it was definitely Frank's Red Hot. I was like, this tastes off. And I taste something. It was a shake. I made a shake for it. So I was like, that tastes off. And I tried something else. I was like, that tastes off too. And I taste Frank's Red. I tasted Lemon Head. And I was like, it tastes like a stale, like you get it during Halloween Lemon Head. It tastes like a stale Lemon Head. But I mean, it still tastes like Lemon Head. And then I finally was like, okay. By the way, we can check. We're here. Like, finally, okay. Real test. Hot sauce. I'm depressed now. It's just bitten, infected. Disinfect. I'm glad this game makes you hurt as you disinfect things. Heavy pain. Bandage. Oh, right thigh. That's the one. I don't know why I'm trying to survive. We're just here to check the shelves. We know I'm gonna die. I got a real bite. I got a real deal bite. So, you know, we just need to check the shelves. Don't attract. It attracted. Safety scissors, small backpack. A wet stove, barbecue sauce on my titties. Soap, a bathrobe. If I had that bathrobe over earlier, I would not have gotten the scratch on my upper torso. Or the bite, rather. Okay. Back to it. Take more painkillers. Take pills. I mean, we're only heavily damaged if you count being bitten and condemned, but I think that other mod of getting a second wind is on, but I don't know if I took the trait. Is it a trait? I don't know. I think I get another try. I think I can die and I'll come back once per game. Didn't I put the hard to kill trait on? Or the hard to kill thing? There are so many traits I don't know put them on. Okay. I'm getting happy with what I'm seeing right now, by the way. I am here specifically to check for the bathroom. I'm here specifically to check for, did it unbalance how many weapons I could find so easily? Because I can't do that. Hacksaw, hand drill, respirator filters. Oh yeah, if you wear a respirator and everything, you don't get sick around dead bodies nearly as fast. I believe. Can't remember. Pen light, flashlight. How about I just... Yeah, I was about to say. How about I just take the actual light? Box of... Don't freaking turn it on me. Box of batteries. With cartons of things, did box of batteries not come around? I'm not used to box of batteries. What? Box of batteries. You can just drink hot sauce. You don't have to have a reason to have hot sauce. Just drink the hot sauce. Just drink the hot sauce. You're fine. You'll it's fine. If you really just want the hot sauce, drink the hot sauce. Bicycle basket. Off-road wheel on a shelf. All right, I got it. Like, you don't have to make... I'm gonna take this rat poison in a second. You don't have to make up reasons to have certain... You can just... It's like 0 calories for most hot sauce. It shows off your proclivities and kinks to the whole world to see. So you should probably announce that you're gonna drink hot sauce on, I don't know, the internet, so people can judge you later for it. And oh, come on, give me a burrito. Have mercy on me. Give me poppy bagel. Oh, I thought it meant like a dad bagel. I was like, what do you mean a poppy bagel? I got very confused. What do you mean by this poppy? What's the difference between the bagels I have and everyone else would have? Why my bagels gotta be labeled differently? I feel awkward about my bagels. That's apparently I internalized that way too fast. Excuse me. I didn't know becoming a father made it so that I all of a sudden had to eat the different bagels. No, these are definitely Poppy's bagels. Poppy's playtime. Can you always hit the scavenge everything? I know that's more or less for like a bunch of bodies stacked up, but still. I'm looking for if the game glitches out and gives me a lot of weapons. If not, we are gonna try to go set everything on fire real fast. Because we can't... Should I test out to see if we heal? I can test out to see if we heal. I can test out to see if we all of a sudden die. I don't think I put on to get dragged down and everything. Did I? Give me caramel candy. Can you get diabetes in this game? It comes out on my son's birthday. New trailer dropped with Poppy Playtime. I'm up to chapter 3 I need to release on YouTube, which was so long that it's getting released like in 3 parts, which I need to get all plonkies. Need to get all edited and put up. I will most likely, like I have been doing, play the game on Twitch and put the VODs on YouTube because YouTube doesn't like it when I stream something and put an edited version up for some reason. They're like one or the other, please, and I went, nah. So now I can stream the full on game over on Twitch and then, you know. What am I? Uh-oh. Well, don't worry about it. I'm just wondering if you can get diabetes and if that's... I put on acquired traits and whatnot. It would make sense. It would fit the lore that you could just be like, I'm gonna live off plonkies. In which case, valid question. Oh, there you are. Where did you come from? How did I miss you? Whoa, I put my foot through. Fancy shoes, though. Whoa! Uh-oh, I broke a window. Wait. I just rang the dinner bell. I need to grab this. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here. I so badly need to get out of here. Just take the pills. Take pills. Yep, yeah. They know I'm here. Okay. 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 Having to tell these people, like, get on your knees. Like, please don't. Apple. I will eat an apple off of a zombie. I will... Chinese takeout container. Can I just take all... Oh, this is from the fridge. I was like, I'm going to take a Chinese takeout container from a dead person and just hope for the best on that one. Oh. Hey, look. I can just be out here and contemplate my fate. Do they know? You think they can path their way to where I am right now? Do you think I'm about to get the answer to that question in a way that I don't want it? Oh, I don't have any planks. Well, I don't have... I got this lemon meringue. Now I want Chinese. Even if I don't keep it down, I want it. Yeah, if you want to watch me play something like Poppy live before I got Poppy Playtime part chapter 3 all played. I'm gonna have to start playing things in full on Twitch and then uploading on YouTube. Okay, but I don't know how to put on the clean band. I don't have clean bandages. Okay. Okay. I am very glad in a moment of tension like that I kept my composure. Why this game gotta do me dirty like that? Why every time I'm about to say like, oh, like I got this, why the game gotta do me dirty? Why is it gotta be like that? No. Okay, but we gotta burn this place down because I don't know where anything else is I could get stuff from. I saw what you're having. The problem with not getting a hunger reflex is sometimes you want things that are really flavorful. I wouldn't want to waste the money though right now. One, I'm poor as hell and can't afford anything. Either someone else buys it or I'll have a glass of your finest water, please, type poor right now. So no. And second, I haven't been able to keep things down very well lately, so I feel bad. But orange chicken is one of the things that I always feel bad about not trying because this might be TMI. Orange chicken tastes the same coming up and going down. It does. Just get the white, half fried rice. Take a spoon of both and it'll cover up the fried rice. Yeah, you don't have to send me. You do not have to like send me the oh god. Uh-oh. 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 The problem is, this is gonna break. Oh, come on. All right, come on. Pull through for a second. All right. Pull through. Come on. Oh, I choose the pull through method every time. As opposed to other there's a key. What is that key gonna get me? Check all their stuff real fast. I don't want the pearl necklace. Oh god, how about this car? Yep, it is to this car. Get in the car. Get in the car. Get in the car. Please have gas. Please have gas. You... A Glock is in here. And a Glock mag that is filled. I mean, when I got a giant bag, what's the problem? With 9mm rounds. Okay. So we're in Florida. Canonically, all of a sudden it feels... I know I rag on Florida. Let me clarify. I basically lived in Florida. I feel like I am allowed. There was a while that it basically lived in Florida. Oh, that was a lot. Come on. Really? Hey, LJ, what's going on? Why? There is a key. You can do it. There's no gas. Please have the trunk be open. Forgot to pop the trunk. No. The purse has a lighter. The purse has a lighter. Is that an EpiPen? I swear that's an EpiPen. Oh, it's a disposable lighter. Okay. Black pins look like EpiPens. One of them I wouldn't shove into my body. In an emergency. That still sounded... I was trying to clarify to be like... I'm not trying to sound like crude, sexual, anything. Nope, that made it worse. One of them I would not shove into my body in an emergency to help with anaphylactic. That doesn't help. Well, we can see if that one other mod is working by we're not gonna attract anything. We're going to slowly but surely. We're gonna sleep. I'm gonna take a lot of pain pills. I know it says we're not sleepy, but we have a flashlight. And I don't care if we're not sleepy peepee. We are hurdy wordy, which is not a wordy wordy. Remove broken glass. Don't break another window. It's very rude. Okay. I think she worked here. The best way to honor her memory is walking right over her corpse. Oh! How to forge a legendary tactical knife. Teaches graceful traits. Oh, come on! You mean I have this amazing backpack and I can learn the graceful trait? If I don't have it, I don't remember if I have it. And I can't live? We are not starting with all the scratches. When I'm trying, I'm a key ring. Why? Why? Gigamart. I can lock up after myself now. Okay, thanks. Oh, what if I dress like one of them though? They won't even notice. All right. Knox biker, paperback. Okay, I found. Do I have? Okay, skills. Do I have info? Do I have graceful? Is graceful one of them? Nope. Nope. If I read this real fast, I can be graceful. That's cool that it works. It sucks. I'm probably gonna die. Forge a legendary tactical knife. Don't know how I'm gonna do that. Barbed wire from wires. Okay. Wait. Improves suture holder. Improves disinfectant. Improvised disinfectant. What? Hold on. What? That mod gives a few things. Let's just go upstairs and how to use kill me. I found how to use generators on a character that is obviously like they're fit for death. Why I'm not upset. I'm just disappointed and angry and upset. So I'm not upset. I'm a lot more than that, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna eat some lemon meringue so I gain the trait of diabetes, and I don't even have a plank to cut up, and I have a hammer to smash things with. I got a Chinese takeout container. Just put that on the ground. Do not put it in his body. I got so many fresh foods here. All sound great. Just please though, just take drugs and go to bed. Listen, you've got the drugs. We need to go to bed. You're a bloody mess. And I probably should wash you right before I go to bed, and I'm not even gonna barricade it. We're just gonna roll the dice. Wash. Maybe washing everything will help my cleanliness, so that I'll wake up and I not be as infected. There's a chance. There's a small chance. Fill a legendary water pack. Oh, that's why I haven't needed water. Oh, that's why I got the perk thirsty. Because I already have a... That makes sense. I didn't really think about that. Alright. Which bandage do I want to do first before I take more pain meds? Right thigh. Bitten. It's no longer infected. Left hand. Yep. Yay! Streaks on the thing. Woo woo! The snowman glow sticks, and is that a burrito? I want a burrito. I do like burritos, but I can't taste. I can't even taste Red Hot, Frank's Red Hot right now. Just drink Frank's Red Hot if you need to have hot sauce. It's so good. I'm so sad. I haven't brought myself to try eggnog yet. As if it tells you how sad I can be that my taste buds are deceiving me. Wash all bandages real fast. Okay. If it tells you, I'm afraid that eggnog will taste, and not alcoholic. Don't put that on me. I don't really drink, except for basically for my job. Oh, wait. Lower torso healed. Yeah, gummit. Basically, here for drunk live streams is the only place I drink. For anyone who doesn't know, I've been drunk twice in my life other than that, and the last time I drank Second to last time. Not counting in memory of my brother, I would say I don't know. I just don't. All right, take some pain pills. Last year? My doctor hasn't told me in a while, like, hey, you should try this. Probably for good reason. Okay. And let's just pretend that we can. No, don't. I'm not in too much pain. I just took pills. Listen, pills, just take more. Take more pills. I know they have time that they need to kick in, but I don't know what I'm taking. That could just be another dose of Tylenol for all I know. Searing pain shoots through your body is hard to even think. Okay. I should probably move the bodies. I should grab the corpse. I should not sleep where it's gonna make me queasy. Okay. That should work. I'll grab this corpse. This is now just a normal feature in the game. You can drag them around, which is nice. Now, if you could just yeet them from a higher floor still. Yeetus McFleetus out the window. Because I miss the idea that you can just grab a corpse and put it in a trash can and that you can clean up a corpse pile that way. Okay, bad smell. Where? Are you smelling downwind? Stop smelling these people. Listen, I'm gonna need you to get like a hold of yourself here. We need to. Minor pain? Sleep. Yes. We might die. Okay, yeah. I woke up queasy. I guess I asked for that. Okay. Smell the fresh air. Oh, that's because we got bit. It's 4 a.m. I'm eating bread with hot sauce. No comment. That ain't on me. That ain't on me. That's not it isn't me. What am I doing? Hold on. Okay, we know what mods is still bitten. What are we queasy from? Isn't it the upper torso that we actually got the bad this one is infected. This will do nothing for the infection. This will do nothing for me either. Left hand, right forearm. That's why I'm swinging so slow. At least I'm walking faster. All right, maybe we can go and don't jump. Call me Gordon Lightfoot. Okay. Or no one could notice me would be... Oh. All right, let's thread the needle. Let's thread the needle. Oh, God, there's no threading the needle. There's no threading the needle. There's just people who see me and people who don't. Do I walk faster crouch? Yes, I do. Oh, I don't think I'm getting to the alcohol. Is there a back door to Twiggy's? So I just gotta break line of sight with you guys. Don't let them see me through the windows. I need to be in there. Break line of sight. Get through these bushes to break more line of sight. Come here. Come here. You probably still want me. I know. I know. I'm a snack, but I don't want to be. Like, I'm an involuntary snack. Pop the pills. Oh, you're not the same zombie. Where'd you come from? A key to the bar. We want that. Cologne. A duffel bag that has... Okay. A duffel bag that has what looks to be like a lunchbox. So they stole a child's lunch. Because the design they have for a lunchbox makes me think a child's lunchbox. Not like I'm an adult going to work and I'm being economical and a little frugal to make sure that I can, like, key to the gun store. Why does this game chronically hate me? Don't give me the key to the gun store. That is the biggest gift ever. Why? Why? I'm sad. That's depression. Depression. No feeling. Eat the banana. Even the peeling. Do 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 do. Have the yogurt. Listen, it's hard to get into the gun store. You have to have the sledgehammer or the key. The key doesn't like to spawn. My lungs refusing to do the job. Yeah, kinda. Cross your fingers that I don't have an embolism doing its dirty work right now. That's, I don't know. I was hoping no one would notice that. That's all I want to say about that for right now. I actually thought that it was yeah. Anyway. But I want to shoot the pew pews. Oh, now it's a question between do I burn or shoot pew pew? I can carry everything. I shoot pew pew. I have no aiming. Pistols draw in the least, and I probably can find the most. Okay. I have a key to the gun store. What could possibly go wrong? Okay. I see you, game. God, this game is the biggest troll ever. It's so trolly. Basically, I do as I say, not as I do. If you have symptoms like I have, go to the hospital. Don't question it. I'm poor as hell, and so I'm doing everything I can to avoid that. There you go. Gained adrenaline junkie. I haven't been really doing all that much that would make me want to gain adrenaline junkie. I can see where they got that from. Hug the wall, it's your friend. 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 Oh my god, there's too many. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, come on. Oh, so the faster ones found me. Uh-oh. Get in the woods, get in the woods, get in the woods, get in the woods, get in the woods. Come on. Dodge around them trees. Piccolo taught you well. Dodge. Just dodge, Gohan. Okay, but if I get stuck climbing through anything, I'm probably dead. So I need to concentrate. The fullest cut. Oh, someone caught back up. Okay, is there anywhere I can go? I need a car right now that's unlocked. And my bandage from my leg came off. This is bad. Walking upright and I go slower because I'm hurt. But if I get much more hurt on my thigh, I'm going to start walking slower like this. Oh, I can't take pills. Oh no. Oh no. Please don't make me walk slower. I took pain pills. Okay, where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Okay. Okay. I know I have a key for over there. All right. I got a plan. I got a plan. It's a bad pet. It's a bad plan. 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 Get out. No! Oh my god. Oh my god. You do get one shot in this game. What? Oh, that was some of the coolest thing. That was like the coolest thing I've ever in this game. Indefatigable. That was that mod. All right, I am still on the wrong side of the fence. Why did I go? Okay, I thought this would be a good idea and it was a bad idea. The everybody gets one mod, basically. And let me run over here. I want those guns, and now I have a way to get them. So you have one chance of getting bitten, scratched, everything tired out, and dying and getting dragged down, and all of a sudden, you're just alive again. Sit on ground. I don't like how some of these trees are twitching. Okay, that mod actually kind of is fun. Because that means you get, everyone gets one type deal. Now I'm just sad. Please nothing kill me while I'm trying to make the sad go away by eating sugar. Which I don't know if this counts as one of the most relatable things to people, where it's like, I have a sad noodle. Let me have a chocolate chip. Okay. One might say you missed your chance to blow. Yeah, they might. I'm still at my breaking point, though. It didn't fix that. I guess all my bandages are gone now. Are all the bandages that were on me just gone? Okay. All right, so now we're normal. So the mod to start me off scratch, the solution is just get ganked. Those mods can't go together then. I can't start off and then use that because the solution is just go get hurt. I have a key. I have a second chance. I have a gift. He's got the gift. Oh, I got a zombie looking at me. Listen, I have a second lease on life, and someone's got to have a tire iron. There are no other cars in this parking lot. There are no other cars in that parking lot. Yeah, there are no other cars. I'm sad again. What could I possibly be sad about when I've got tofu? Actually, I have snow globes. When I have snow globes, a spring roll. God, all that kind of food sounds so good. You know what I need to do? I need to be able to afford going to like a buffet where if I'm feeling that sick, I can just be like, excuse me for a second, and then someone's got to deal with cleaning up that stall after where I'm like, blah! But I'll just use the same stall every single time. And you see my logic? Where I can be sick, feeling sick, go to a restaurant, and they all just go to all you can eat. Just go to all you can eat. I feel like my logic's pretty good. Like I'm feeling an amount of okay with what I just thought that is not appropriate to the situation of being like, I just had a big brain thought. I can just go somewhere where it's all right if they have more food. They just keep making it. That's what am I talking about? That's every food place. They do just keep making it. That is what they do all day. In fact, they usually hate doing that. There's 700 some errors that have popped up. I have to get those firearms. My second chance at life has to be grabbing the firearms before whatever is erroring out ends me. Please. Oh. That group up there was bigger than it first appeared. Get away from that group. Okay. Now healed. Oh no, I can't. Alright, hold on. Start fighting now. Come on. No! No! My second chance! You're ruining it by killing me! Oh. Okay. I have to change mods, but listen, I don't think I've ever screamed anything dumber but still more relevant. My second chance, you're ruining it by killing me. Ugh. Okay. Those are words you can say. All right. What mods just did not want to work with this? We had Become Brave was not working. Common Sense was not working. What was Common Sense anyway? Quality of life improvements that we're supposed to work with it. I honestly, with what I had with those cuts and everything, that seems to be stable enough. Change sandbox option seems to be working. Did I put on the watch trade a thing? Immersive barricade. Did these go no? Okay. I don't know what I wrote down here. Oh. I already covered it. I did understand why I wrote down. Rain cleans blood. I have that on. This gone. Character customization. Apparently that might do a thing. I don't know, but I'll find out. And I'll save this as maybe 42.13.1, which is question mark. I can't put a question mark. I can't put a question mark. Just okay. I can't put the dots. Maybe 14, 15, 1. Huh? Yeah, okay, that's my way of remembering that. And accept that. Okay, let's see if anything. Vegetable beef soup with a rum and coke as dinner. So close to just being a good, healthy dinner. So close. So close. Custom sandbox. Once again, we are gonna go spawn in the place that lets us go see the other city, Rosewood. We're immediately gonna go towards Rosewood. No, but I want that key to West Point. I want to get those guns. Don't do it, me. Because I think there's a hardware store in the other city that's not Ekron, but I think it's here. I think it's around here. So we're gonna do Rosewood, and then I'm gonna do the You Cheater Apocalypse. Okay, the loot wasn't bad. I'm not having sprinters right now because I don't want that in my life. The loot. Wait, why is everything on? That was everything on normal? Why is all the loot on normal? This is Apocalypse and it says it's no. Okay. I thought loot rarity was way lower than that when it was Apocalypse and you start from that, but we'll roll with that. Can gain adrenaline junkie, can lose agoraphobic, can lose all thumbs, can gain Axeman, can lose claustrophobic indoor hours. You mean if I just make him panic forever, he'll lose claustrophobic? Gain brave. Oh, maybe that's why it wasn't working. These are kind of cool. I might have to look into these. But I gained a bad one. Can gain smoker, can lose smoker. Can gain runner, can lose. No, can lose slow healer. Can lose Sunday driver. Driving hours. No. 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 Make the same person I had. What even is this? Except for the mold thing. Take that away. Nobody wants that. Nobody wanted you. No one wanted to tell you. And something that might help me, maybe. Oh, God. Hold on. I don't know what I started with or what I should have started with. I feel like I didn't include something I usually would have included. And I'm going to look real quick. Oh, God, stop. Leadfoot. You've always had a heavy step, and now it's time to put your foot down on some zombies. Your stomps are considerably more powerful. As in the more perks thing. Long blade. Long blunt. Small blade. Spear. Strength. I shouldn't be able to have that. Tracking. Wakeful. Wielder. Whittler. No, it's all bad. It's all just bad. It's all oh, inconspicuous. I didn't have that. We'll forget that happened. I didn't have inconspicuous. Well, I'm trying to sneak around him. Why can't I sneak? Why am I not good at sneaking? It's like I didn't choose it. Why am I? Oh God, it's glitching. Fast? No. Okay, let's go. Next. Now, customize. Why you gotta try to say I got an afro? If I hit Q in Louisville, I'll win. I gotta respond to something in a second too. Plus, I don't know how long I can actually go. It's already been 2 hours. I'm pretty much winded and gone. I apologize. I probably tomorrow. Why do I just have no pants though? Is it because I didn't choose vet as my thing and therefore I can't wear the pants I chose? Why do I have no? Why are we calling these long shorts? These are. Where's this? Okay, anyone growing up knowing jorts and everything knows that there's a size in between these. These you're wading in floodwaters, and these are called you cut your jorts too short. There is a middle ground. There is, you know what the middle ground is? You barely don't want your kneecap to feel completely exposed standing, but it gets exposed when you sit. If your kneecap is completely exposed and you feel it but like the threads are dangling on it, that's like the proper. It shouldn't be this short. It shouldn't be that long. Like, why? Normal shorts can be shorter. Jean shorts, you get them short enough and either you have a certain fashion sense or your mom did them for you because you grew up poor like me. I don't know. I don't know the reasoning. I don't know what other people's reasoning might be. I'm choosing jeans. Those are clearly short longs. That actually does make sense. I haven't gotten a single error as well, and I didn't cut out one of the mods. Let's see it immediately. Error. Yeah, I'm actually, there is something going on wrong with me, and I'm extremely tired. I should have started the stream earlier, but I'm worn down already. I should probably stop here very soon. But now I got like traits and things worked out. Please don't error. Please don't error. Please don't error. Please don't error. There's errors. There's lots of errors. There's so many errors. Okay, come on. What could have errored? I did everything you asked. Except for change sandbox options by star. I did not change that. No, I did not. I did not change that because you didn't make me. You can't make me nana nana boo boo. Do I really have to change that? Do I need to take that out? The only other way to do it is debug mode. Oh, look at me walking on normal. They see me walking. They hating. I walk so fast to things. Look at that. I have pep in my step, and it's right. Why do I have a dead body in my house before the apocalypse is officially starting? Wait, yeah, quick cue. Don't mean to be that guy, but why is there a dead body in my house? And I don't think we've really started the whole. They just told you to basically put in place, put on curtains, lock your doors. I've got a dead body on the floor. Like, did I take that as a license of being like, but they were already a jerk? I think I did. I think I had beef with that guy. I'm gonna pretend I had beef with that guy. Even though I'm carrying a ham, I had beef. Why do I have a bra in my house? Where is she? Oh no, did I kill her? It's just my luck. Tale as old as time. Boy meets girl. Boy gets in zombie apocalypse. Boy kills girl. Is that girl? I don't know. Takes off their bra, puts in the washer, tries to cover up crime. We all know the who's banging on what. Don't break something. Oh, they had a party over there. There's a party up in here. Come on in. There's a party up in here. I'm gonna wear a hat. Where? Replace my bucket cap. Yeah, that's the plan. I also need to put on that dress. Okay, all the party goers are coming in here. Please tell me that the party goers were doing an Into the World party, because then I'll get weapons. Please. He had a party hat. Is it better than mine? I have to respond to something in a second. Are there any do you think I zombified anyone else? Who all did I murder before I claimed it was zombie self-defense? I'm afraid of that answer. Wait, do I have a belt on already? I did not have a belt on. I forgot to have a belt to belt. I couldn't put things on a belt without a belt. Oh, they gave me an umbrella. Ooh. Equip in both hands. Picture of Cassie Joe. Why do they all have tissues? At least they don't look used, except for they do. Pipe wrench. Okay, good. Rubber ducky, you're the one. You make bath time lots of fun. Put down the ducky. Put down the ducky. Whack, 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 whack. Bert and Ernie. Why I have to think about Bert and Ernie right now? Bert and Ernie. That wasn't just me, right? Like everyone else saw that was like they're roommates, right? But we like growing up, like I had no problem with it, but right? Like that's not me being like rude. It's just that like Bert and Ernie aren't just roommates, right? Because that song that I was Rubber Ducky is Ernie speaking that, and Bert walks in and starts singing, "Put down the ducky, put down the ducky," and it's like wank 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 wank. Like there's a duck, there's a physical duck. That's not right. There's nothing wrong with it. It just... If they were more, then Ernie is definitely in a toxic relationship. Yeah. I mean, I did not deny that. If that were... I'm just saying it's not just me. Bert is having none of it. Ever. Umbrellas, until they break, completely rock. Where? Umbrellas can be your first spear. I think it's a spear. It didn't tell me if it's Brittany or not, but I think it's a spear. That's a bikini. Why am I immediately surrounded? Okay. I have to respond to something. If you see postcard from Florida, postcard from South Korea, house for sale, overfit, a bikini, and a photograph of a woman with a huge, and you don't see the A. And you know that's in the vanilla game. Do you, personally, you watching, take that as possibly being dirty? It can't be just me. It can't be. I refuse to believe it's just. It might be just me, but it can't be just me. Where's my ambient noises so I can respond to something really quick? Okay, there it is. There it is. Whoa, sounds really loud. I was about to say I have to give. Please hold 1 second. But then I put on like it sounds really loud. Please hold. Where's the? Oh, I don't have my brake thing on. Oh, I'll just switch over to it. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. I should put on a timer to see how long you guys could handle not being with me around. Break over. No. Me time. Break already over. Break. Oh, wait. Nope. Okay. Huge hat. The answer we were looking for was huge hat. But the boredom goes away. There's a bikini, trunks, and they were having a party. I think it's a different bleach. Yeah, they're having a party. Dryer lint. Can it help you find start a fire? By the way, whoever started teaching about dryer lint being a good fire starter as like the base, is that a cake slice? Is that a cream or cheesecake slice on the? I'm eating it. Nothing's better than floor cake. Except for possibly everything else. Okay, was this a party that actually... Oh, I want to drink all of this. Pot of stew fresh, uncooked. Throw it in the oven. Turn on the oven. Turn the settings to... whatever makes this go fastest. And can I drink all of the stew the moment it's finished cooking? The world needs to know. Okay, but what if I cranked it to 500 degrees? Would that make it cook faster and better? No, probably not. Oh, faster. Yes, it'll cook faster because math has told me if the number goes higher, the things get better. No. Come on. We need to watch Woodcraft, and I get a second shot at life, and I need to go west, which means I need to find a car, which means you need to finish cooking, which means I need to turn down the temperature because as soon as it's getting close to finish cooking, it's got to be bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ready? 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 Eat all. With my bare hands, because I'm a beast. You see that? That's how that's done. Freaking beast. beastly. Oh my God, what happened on my screen? No, stop trying to remind me later. Stop trying to make me update things that'll break my computer. I can't break anything else. I don't have money to break things. You're not allowed to break things apparently unless you've got the money to do it. In which I walk so fast. Do you see this? I've got such a quick step. There's beer. There's a pickle. I'm gonna eat the pickle. I'll do it. Egg. What are they doing with that eggplant? There's a bikini in here. There's an eggplant. I acting a little sus. Okay, we gotta turn on the TV. Dude, I need to know. Life and Living has power. Turn on. Tune in. I don't want to listen to all your stuff. So just teach me. Why is that cook show? It's noon. What? Whoa! The cook show played. I caught it in time for the cook show to play first, and then it went straight into carpentry. Yes, I did find out a while ago that the game is a little lenient sometimes when you hit fast forward, or when you just go to a TV in general, and will play the previous show and the show that you're going for at the same time. Or it'll play the show you're looking for late. Like, it's supposed to be at like 9, 12, and 6 or something like that. But it's so much more lenient, which is so nice. I just learned how to cook. I could have cooked everything I cooked so much more cookier. Look at that. That's a point in cooking. I can now allow the creation of more nutritious and delicious foods. I could have done that. I could have been me. Whoa. Is that a head? Is that a body? Am I losing it? Is there a body in that room? No, it's a shower head. I'm losing it. The answer was I'm losing it. For 1,000. Please. Trebek. Whoa. Wait. Make box trap. Make teaches. Okay. Okay. I forgot that we've got things that can teach us things. Elegant. Most Evil People in History by Inez Sykes. Your boredom goes down your stress. At a time like this, the most evil people in history will help. Take a pillow. Grab a pillow. Put pillow on everything. Pillow make all sleeping situation better. Not even kidding. In this game, you got pillow, you got better sleep. Stick that pillow on the couch. Stick that pillow. I don't get. Whoa, caffeine pills. Wait, which question do I want to answer first? Bert and Ernie. Definitively. I just want to know, as I was a kid. Wait. What? This is a thing actually in the game now, a base thing? A canteen needs to be water resistant? What? What? Where? What? This is a thing? This is base game a thing now. You can find a canteen. Nah, it's Snuffleupagus lives rent-free in my head. It's fine. This is a normal thing. How have I never found a canteen? Comic book. The Bee People. I'll make a sling sheet, whatever, in case I need more room later on. Even though I'm a beast and seem to be able to carry everything. Okay, this was not a fun party. How to forge an epic guitar. Movie you're talking about how I'm still tired and stuff, and then it just wants to throw things like that at me. Brown Legendary Fanny Pack, capacity 10, encumbrance reduction 99. I don't think these are as legendary as they're making them seem. Once again, I found the cheat. But not like strong bad cheat. Like not that cheat. Not the cheat. Cheat. Okay. Point stands. This calls for fresh oranges. No, it's the legendary fanny pack. 99% encumbrance reduction. Holds 10. Water legendary backpack. I found another. I don't think these are as uncommon as they make them seem. Once again, capacity 49. I can carry a few gas canisters. And it opens up webbing, backpack bottom, belt, webbing. I don't know what's happening. All the pills usually go, like all that stuff usually goes in the fanny pack. I'm going to continue putting medical stuff in the front fanny pack. The rest, like a ham, cereal, the orange juice, strawberries, my ID, a pillow, how to forge, a magazine, all that stuff go in a backpack. And now my encumbrance is I'm holding an empty pot. That'll go to nothing. I'll drop this because I don't need a bag in my bag so I can carry while I carry. And the bucket hat can go in my bag. That filled up just over 1/10 of my bag. What? These are not legendary. I'm taking lactate lately to see if I'm... If I wanted dairy, I would... Don't make the joke, me. Don't make the joke. It's really dumb. The joke's dumb. More cheese! Eat the cheese! Oh, wait. It says on... Near my mid region right here, it says legendary on that fanny pack. Why should I be surprised? Let's fill up all the water and see how much I'm actually holding, because now I don't actually need to go look for water ever. Chrome sink fill. What Western Canteen? But I have there's 1.5 liters in that in the backpack. There is 1 liter in the canteen. I'm wearing a party hat and carrying an umbrella. This is... I am not... just give me a katana and let me just go ham. There's a generator. Is that really a generator? Did it really just let me just have a generator? Is this really a generator? Are you a generator? Why? We'll fill the building with toxic fumes. No shit. Oh, all the mods are working. I haven't gotten anything coming up. Half mask respirator. You can wear a respirator and not get the smells. Calipers. I don't even know what you do with those. Large hook. Those probably suck. Attach one to belt right. Ear protection. Nah. Why am I trying to look? There's something wrong with this. I know there is. Is this as far as I can zoom? Options. Did I put in zoom to maximum? Can I zoom as far in as I want to? No, I didn't actually add in the little mod where I can actually zoom it because I need to. I never ever wanted to know that there's something intrinsically wrong with this. And I think I just figured it out in my head what is, but I don't want to say. Crowbar. Condition. Nope. 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 Okay, we just have to make it a city over. Okay. Ooh, 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 ooh. I've never done this before yet in the game. Can I sharpen my stuff here? Metalwork. Can I actually... Is it the bandsaw or something else that I can... Oh, let's just give me all the good stuff then. And a flashlight. Bicycle saddlebag. Ball peen ham... Oh, hammer. Rubber hose. Grab one. Okay. Okay. Just look at all of it though real quick. Dusk mask. That doesn't really protect you from the... Planks. Plank. Can I attach a plank? Sharpening weapons with a whetstone. Oh, I did see a whetstone, didn't I? That is a true thing. I saw a whetstone. How about a file? That would make sense. Can I with a file? It's just a file. I'll just wait. There has been something bugging me as a question. I will figure this one out on my own. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Research craft. What does this do? I'm sorry. What am I doing? Research craft. What does that do? What am I doing? I'm holding a plank in my hand. Why am I holding my wood in my hand? Please tell me. Learned can reinforce long weapon. Really? Huh. Well, that's the thing. But I can't. But the file can't let me. Let me just get over here. But the file can't take the same things and just be like, hey, use the file. Use the file. A file can also make sharpen a crowbar. Oh no, there's an error that popped up. Crap. All right, we're going. Hi. One shot. Now I just want a car. Why is it? Are you dead? Empty glass bottle, keyring. Nope, you don't have it. You don't have what I want. You don't have what I want. You don't have what I want. Wait. Wine, carton of wine. Once again, haven't seen carton of wine out in the wild except for like young memories of like my grandma. I think I made a vow a long time ago. I was like, I will never own or have like within reach a carton of wine. I'm afraid to be the person that's like that got the carton of wine. It's like, this is actually just a midlife crisis, like call for help. But I should have just asked for help, and instead I've got the carton of wine. Knife sheath back. What? What? Where on my thigh? I have a knife sheath on my thigh. Where's the knife? Can I use a knife from it? It's raining. I'm gonna get wet. I know what to do in a situation like this. Eat the entire ham. Okay, we're gonna make the trip. Did I eat the entire ham? Really though? You didn't get. Okay, I was about to say, please don't. Wait. Hunger -1. I almost ate the entire ham. That's pitiful. Photograph of man with a large. For anyone that can't type and is just listening to me, you'll just have to guess what that is at the very end. That is a photograph of a man with a large. Oh wait, it's raining. Can I do what I think I can do? Please let me do this. Please, game. Please. Okay. Is there even a zombie apocalypse if I can do this? Is there even a zombie apocalypse if this is what I'm doing? Is it? You might be asking yourself how I got here. Oh, wait a sec. I gotta deal with them. Can I? No, I want to be able to stab like. Okay. You check out good. And for anyone that says they don't like multi-hit, I don't care. Wallet, boxers. Okay, these things all make sense to have. Multi-hits, no matter how you get it into the game, if you have a big weapon and you swing it haphazardly toward people, and you don't know what you're doing, you're probably likely to hit more than one person. That's the thing. That's the thing that happens. What you're not likely to do is do nearly as much damage, so this probably needs to be a balance between the two. But someone that does not know what they're doing with like a blunt weapon will probably flail and hit someone just fine. I think that's a thing. Also, I hate that your encumbrance doesn't go down when you get. But I know multi-hits. Awesome. I've played this and then gotten comments of people being like, "You play with multi-hit?" ? Like, ugh. Like I just did basically it's multi-hit for some people is about the same as killing their pet, I think. They were like about a 1-to-1, probably. Carve a steak. I want to carve a spear. Make improvised screwdriver. Make a shiv. Make a shiv using a spoon, a file, and a rag. Oh, I would have never thought of making a shiv. I'm making a shiv. I don't know what it's supposed to be used for, but I make it a shiv. I mean, oh my god. That was big. For a shiv, that was a little big. Most of you know, shivs are usually made from not that big. Usually you would just end up calling that not a shiv. Just pretty much anything but that. Maybe, I don't know, giant freaking knife. Equip as my primary. What am I looking at? No, it was so much bigger. Oh, I was holding the file. The file was big. Oh my god, this is where I am disappointment. Did you see? Oh, I was so happy about how big my shiv was. They were tricking me and I'm not happy. Okay, hold on. What kind of basement do we have here? Oh my god, there's a wooden stove. Oh my god, they have a wooden stove. Wait, what? I still can't do anything to logs stacked in this game. They have a wooden stove in this house. We have to go west, but holy crap, they have a wooden stove. And a cot. This is my house. Where am I? This is my house now. You're living with me. Right here. What? Why is there a wooden stove down here? Since when can a wooden stove be here? Yeah, how they brought a bajillion logs and a wooden stove. Listen, for anyone who's played this game a lot, there's like 3-ish locations that you can get a guaranteed wooden stone. There's a mansion in the woods. There's another house in the woods. There's a lodge in the woods. Those are the main 3 places. The mansion is the place that's not marked on like any map. A wooden stove, once the power goes out, lets you still have a stove. That is crazy balls to think that they just have a wooden stove and they're funneling that air out so it doesn't, like, I don't know, gas you out, like using a generator inside. I think that's random now because I found one in Echo Creek. Hey there, Jacob. Listen, but still, that's crazy. That's cool. That's crazy. That is one of the most OP things in the entire game. All right, I'm learning fishing. I forgot day 1 is fishing. It's raining outside though, so like, okay. I need a pin so I can mark this place down. This is my home. What happened in here? Wait, what? Is there a deck out there? Why is there wood? Why is this broken? What is this? What has happened here? I need explanations. Remove broken. I need to go outside first. I feel like I want to jump out and figure out what's out there. That is that, like, I'm having to scream at myself. Do not do that. I got a green pin. That'll work. All right, cool. Pin green. Yeah, they got the they just brought the logs in the house. Don't worry about it. We mere mortals are not meant to discuss how they got pins in a house. I mean, logs in a house. We're just meant to think and contemplate about something. Where is? Oh, I was about to say, where's my map? I can now mark it with a green pen and say home. Home is here. Home is here because do I have a marking of a fire? Yes, because let's just make this let's make this symbol a little smaller. Oh, home is here because inside the home is a fire. Yes, that is why I want the thing for the thing. There's a fire in that home. See that? That's clearly marked. There's no way I'll misconstrue that. Even if I don't play the game and come back to it, I cannot misconstrue that. I cannot misconstrue that. I will misconstrue that. I cannot misconstrue that. I've already forgotten it. All right, we're gonna start running down the street because it's getting late at night, and like, what else do you do but run down the street? I should take out my umbrella so I can be under my umbrella. Ella. Whoa. Whoa. If this shiv lasts, this shiv is doing some work. That thing goes fast and hard. Okay, are you open? Okay, so I have the key to the everything, but not that. I don't care. I just want... Oh, measuring tape so I can have a junk measuring contest. I got... How to make a steel rod. Wait, but can I contemplate the rod? Hold on. I have to contemplate a rod. Wait. Research craft. Don't worry. Just think very hard about that rod. What it learned make bucket mall learned. What am I learning? I learned how to make things again. I don't know what I'm doing in this game. It feels like anymore. They just threw things at me. I tried to get a few mods and then it's like, no, that's base game. Here, get pushed over. What can I do here? Ooh. I mean, I kind of expected me to just stab down like that, but ooh. There's a bike. There's a bike. This is what I was looking for. Everyone remember that I just passed up those bike saddle things? Don't worry about that. We'll think about that later. There's a bike. There's a bike. There's a bike. There's a bike. How to make a legendary satchel. Pretty much has how to use generators. Cool. Got that covered. A switchblade. A club hammer. What is happening? What is happening? A switchblade. I got a shiv. Okay, hacksaw. Box of nails. Duct tape. I'll figure it out. Wood glue. I can carry everything, I think. Knee pads. For when I have to ask the game politely to please be more gentle. Here, I'll even cup your... what was I saying? Anyway. Did I get a empty gas? Okay. But why do you need gas when you have to upgrade with a flashlight on the bike? Oh. Street wheels, bicycle chain, bicycle bell. Hop on bicycle. This is how people die in this game. Here I go. Uh-oh. Everyone, listen. Please don't. I have street wheels on. I'm going to go way slower when I'm not on the street. I need all of y'all to respect that bicyclists are allowed to... Oh, crap. The sidewalk counts. We pedal where we go, to and fro. Well, I mean, biking with the dead, that works. Remember typing with the house of the typing dead or something like that? Remember that game? Because I do. I need you inside for your collision, please. I need you inside. Oh, I need you inside because you're stupid. Did I drop? I dropped it. But there's a nightstick. I think I need to leave. I think I need to leave. I dropped my shiv. I don't know how to really conduct myself without a shiv, so I'm gonna eat a ham. That seems like the most appropriate thing to do in a time like this. Eat the ham. Oh wait, I've got the shiv. I unequipped it. All right. Equip primary. We got this. Woo! Hey guys, what's going on? I wanted to kill you guys in the police precinct because there's a bigger chance of you guys actually giving me the key to the thing I'm looking for. if you're in the place. Oh my god, I need an axe so bad. All right, I haven't looked behind me, so getting some lucky shots in there. Getting some lucky shots. Cannot miss my chance to blow. You gotta plan your shots, bro. You gotta plan your shots. Take that shot. Get him in the face. Does he have a hatchet in his back? It's a knife. It's a butcher knife. I think. Okay, well, I broke that. All right, let's go back to the rolling pin. No, you don't. I swing too fast. Is that a jackass holster? That looks like he's got a jackass holster on. Leather holster, Miami holster, shoulder holster, whatever you want to call it. Oh, second wind kicked in. Well, everybody gets one every 14 days ish. Okay, I believe he's wearing, what do they gotta call it in this game? A shoulder holster, yeah. So a shoulder holster, an ankle holster, attached to shoulder holster. The revolver attached to ankle holster, because that makes more sense. And yeah. So, by the way, this is set in 93, and you can tell. I have, for the longest time, actually wanted, especially when I was, like, part of, like, the cops can't show up fast enough in the place I used to live. Response times could be as much as 15 minutes. And they're like, you want to be part of neighborhood watch? Like, you get a stipend and everything for doing that. I'm like, yeah, sure. You know how nice it would have been to have an actual, you know, shoulder holster? You know that there are like 3 companies that still make quality ones? You know how much they cost? You're not finding many of those. Like Miami Vice, the show, made those popular for like 5 minutes. Where everyone's just like, oh, those are cool. And it's like, yeah, but they're also, they are practical. Like they're a practical thing. Yeah, those are cool. Oh my God, they're practical. Like there's a practicality to it. Yay! There is a practicality to it. We should look at the practicality. No, they're just cool. All right. I'm sure you saying that they're cool will not affect my ability to purchase. The price tripled. That is pretty much what happened. I feel that way when I play with way too many mods. I don't know what's going on half the time. Yeah, I mean, that was like my goal with this right now. There's only one mod that's interfering, which means I'm about to download a lot more. We play with so many mods that I'm not sure what's happening. I guess we're going to the fire department now and getting an axe. Because I had to beat this boy. Oh, I got his work boots. They're dirty. So Miami holster because of what Hawaii 5-0 and a few other, and whatever other shows, blah blah blah. Or Hawaii, what is, I just said it. Miami Vice, all that shit. There was just a slew of that look, and then the price got driven up again because right when you would think someone like me would get a break of like, no. Why would the price of something that can be useful in a situation go up? Useful in a situation of that. Here's the situation. You get a call and it's 2:30 in the morning. You get a call from a neighbor asking to show up to their house. The neighbor has someone screaming in the background. It sounds bad. What do? Oh, wait, you're actually contracted or what is it called? By the place you live in to actually respond to this. So you can't just ignore it. So you're like, okay, I gotta show. Which way do you think you want to show up? Looking like you're actually carrying any kind of protection on you to a front door where you just heard screaming and you know police might be 15 minutes out, or, and you know, just wearing a nighttime coat, just wearing a normal outfit, just being like, hey guys, someone called for me to be over here. Do you want to look threatening? No, you don't. Do not show up to someone's front door who's like, I'm in trouble, help me, I'm screaming, and then show up with a weapon. That is bad. Don't do that. Don't be an idiot. You know what's even worse? When Sons of Anarchy drives apart. That is my biggest gripe with that show. Sons of Anarchy. Not the quality of the show. Right when companies like Bianco or whatever, however you want to pronounce it, it was almost attainable. Almost. So close. And then like in the first season, they're just like, oh, how many of you got weapons? And everyone on motorcycles like open up their jackets. And they're all wearing one. I'm just like, God, why? I could almost, my pleb poor person the money they're giving me to check up on them can almost afford it. And then sometimes, yeah, that's real. Hey Siri. When did Sons of Anarchy premiere? Yeah, September 3rd, 2008. You want to know when I knew first that I was going to have to step up, possibly, and do that if I moved into the place that I had just put money down to buy? Fall of 2008. When did I buy the place that I moved into? 2009. When did I look to buy it? 2009. When was that show getting to peak popularity? 2009. Thank you, Sons of Anarchy. I could have almost afforded the thing. The moment I needed it most, after I just gave a lesson out. That reminds me, in that year, I ran into some... I'm about to actually give the talk that YouTube and Twitch both don't like, but it's all about don't be an idiot. Twitch, YouTube, you should like this informative talk. If anyone around you is being unsafe with weapons, I find no problem with teaching everyone around you how to disable all of those weapons safely without you getting shot, and then going and telling them you felt uncomfortable, so you disarm their weapons. Because if there's just a weapon around, you shouldn't have to be around it and feel uncomfortable and not know how to disarm it. So you should be able to do something about it. That's just my personal opinion. That's my hot take on that, right? Okay. So you should be able to be like, oh, I know how to take the slide off of, like take out the mag, get out the empty, get the chamber empty, and just be able. And I've even taught my son. Yeah, don't worry, I'm a horrible parent. Let me explain myself. I've even taught my son that, like, if there's ever a situation you go anywhere and I need to reteach you and whatnot. If you go somewhere and there's a weapon, call your dad. Second, point it in a direction no one get. And then I've taught him a few times. He probably needs another lesson. How basics of bolt action, semi-auto, rifle, anything. How to disarm the thing. Making sure that there is a round in the chamber, because if he can't get an adult's attention and they won't pay attention to it, and he's calling me and there are kids around it, he's about to turn 13. That is old enough to know how to point it in a safe direction, get it disarmed, and get me there in case somebody, like, I don't know, another kid decides to be an idiot, tries to go in to show it off, because unfortunately in this country the #1 cause of children dying is to gun violence. If you don't like the statistic, maybe we should start enforcing the laws that are on the books. And I don't think YouTube will have a problem with that. There are laws in the books that would help stop that, and we don't enforce any of them because we're not allowed to study gun violence, because there are laws that say you cannot study how children die by it, because by studying it, people are afraid that you get disarmed and you don't get to have guns anymore. And that is not how the world works. That is not how it works. You can study something and still actually have I don't know why. This is just me granting and saying. In that same year, I also did, like, right before I did that, I had to go teach a bunch of idiots to stop doing idiot things. And then I went to be a responsible adult, only to find out that I had to be the responsible adult for a huge price tag for no good reason. That's all true. That's a true, that sucked. Yeah. A bunch of people went down to somebody's farm. Of course it was on a farm. Of course they went to a farm. Of course it was on a farm. Never do what I'm about to say. And they went and grabbed some firearms. For anyone who was born anywhere near the South, you already know where this is going, but don't worry. It gets worse than what I'm making it out. It's fine. It gets worse. And then I think I'm pretty much finished for playing for tonight because I'm very out of breath. No, it gets worse. It gets worse. Trust me, it gets worse. So I'm just okay. Like what do you do? I didn't know they're gonna be there. I went there to hang out. But you know what? They're there. And there are people 18, as long as the 18 are holding rifles responsibly in a responsible direction, I can handle this. And as long as if you're 21 and up, you are handling a pistol in a responsible manner, you know if it's loaded, it is yours, something like that. You know what? I can handle that. Whatever. I can handle that. This is gonna take like 1,000% of my concentration to say the rest of this, because it is this dumb of a thing. It is this dumb. Okay, hold on. This is real. And so I might end it off with saying this because I'm in the fire station. I know where I am and I can go west. Okay. God, this is so dumb. Because this is all off of me just talking about, oh, I found a Jackass holster. Like Miami Vice made them popular, whatever. So I'm not going to say the type of weapon it was because that breaks both YouTube and Twitch terms of service. I will say there is a weapon that is of a certain make and model that if you use a certain elastic substance and you have 0 brain cells, you can turn it from semi-automatic to automatic, where you press, and by that I mean you press the trigger once and you will empty the entire magazine. Like that is the definition, which keeps getting botched in courts, but I'm not here to litigate about how it gets botched in courts. Don't worry about that. If it's an automatic, if you press the trigger once, more than one shot fires. That's how that works. So there is a weapon. You don't show up on a farm to find out that weapon's there and think, I know that. There's no way anyone else here could possibly know that, given the origin of the weapon. There's no way, because there's a bunch of country boys that would be here, right? There's no one who would ever. They immediately figured it out. They immediately figured it out and actually rigged that up, and I had to disarm that weapon. And then they started doing so much dumb shit that it just turned into, let's just train you guys. And then they're like, what are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. To which I immediately have a picture that I'm not proud of that circulated way early on, which is someone snapped a picture of me showing, no, I know what I'm talking about. And it turned into a dumb, it turned into a dick measuring contest. And it just ended with the idea of, okay, fine. Just tell me what to aim at, tell me what weapon, and I'll shoot that thing. Because they didn't realize that I'm a competition shooter since age 14. So, they didn't know you're dealing with someone who's got accolades and awards of doing that, and they dropped that for other things. Their life went in a direction. And then they got way professional training, and now you're talking to them like they don't know whether to don't do stupid things. So it turned to a class, and then I had a lot of Southern country boys treating me like I don't know what I'm talking about. it doesn't make it any better that I was the darkest face on that farm. So, you know, at that point one of them was getting to that point of like insinuating that maybe I should go run the tractor and that would be more suited than teaching them what to do. That kind of attitude that started getting thrown at me. So there were a few weapons in a row that it was just like that. It ended off with, there's just a photo that I don't like that exists, but it exists, of like, okay, your average distance for a pistol is 15 feet. No, it's like you can hit things way further. No, you shouldn't. That is engagement, like, because you shouldn't. You're not trained. Don't put a target further. Like, you should be trying at 15 feet. None of you know what you're doing. Like, so when it comes to pistols, let's be safe. Like, I don't, because I had friends there that I actually cared about in some capacity of like, I don't want to explain this to the police. Once again, I was the darkest person there. Do not be the darkest person on the farm and explaining it to the police. Either that or be the first person to call the police so you can say your full name, because that is true. The first person to call the police is the one that's not in handcuffs. If you don't learn any other thing, learn this from me right now. This is true in all 50 states. The first one to call the police is the one that does not end up in handcuffs 95% of the time. So if you are in a self-defense situation and you must inform, I'm not going to say legally what you should say. You should know your laws, and they change between states, but you do need to inform something happened. Always frame it as self-defense, because if it's self-defense, that's the reason why it should be out. Always frame it as fear for your life, because that's what almost all self-defense doctrines go on. And then be the first to call, because if you're not the first to call, you're in handcuffs. And that is dead ass true. Even to the point that those who assault others will many times call the police if you actually got the upper hand and let them live, and you'll be put in handcuffs. You as the homeowner will be put in handcuffs because they will call and they know the law a little bit better than you. The crook will usually say, I'm injured, I was hurt, I'm at this residence. Yeah. Criminals usually know these laws better than actual owner, and the whole point is to try to talk their way out of what's going on and get away from all of it. Because in a lot of states, by the way, if you use lethal force and you leave them living, you're liable for the rest of their life if you purposefully let them live and you incapacitate or you hurt them. That is a law that you should definitely know. I'm teaching a bunch of people who don't know any of this. If you own a weapon and you don't, and this is all stuff is new to you, please sell the weapon responsibly as fast as possible, get lessons, and then rebuy your weapons. You do not deserve to have them yet. You should know this. I have very strong opinions on the idea of, I'm not here to talk about disarming everyone, but don't be dumb. By the time that I had proven that I could not at 15 feet, but 15 yards, shoot the damn bottle cap off of a bottle, of just being like, yeah, I can. And yes, out to 100 irons, it's up to 200 irons. That is standard. You should be able to do that. You can. I turned back around. Where did the rubber band ball come from? Because I'm not going to say how that's involved, but shit went haywire again. So around the same time that the price of all holsters went up because of Sons of Anarchy, I also had friends that saw shows like Sons of Anarchy and were able to borrow weapons from like their parents, and out on this farm go and show them off to their friends, and they had way too much ammo for not knowing how to use those weapons. I say basically it's going to turn into lesson time because you're all handling them like you want everyone dead. They want to doubt me. One of them's acting like I should be running a plow about then because I'm dark enough that I should be working on a farm, not telling them how weapons work. And by the time I prove I know what I'm talking about by being able to assemble, disassemble, and fire and hit my targets that far out, by the way, hitting a bottle cap anywhere out that far is, there's a bit of luck to it and a bit of knowing the weapon and a bit about sighting and everything. It really is a little bit more difficult. As long as you have like no wind, good conditions, you'd be surprised how fast bullet drop, any sight misalignment, anything. Most of the time when you aim for something like a bottle cap, if you want to know how the trick is really performed by a lot of people, flip the bottle cap upside down, unscrew it and flip it upside down so you can wing the top of it, make that fall over, and put water barely in the bottom of the bottle so you don't knock that over. That's the only way, because usually you have like deviation for where the bullet trajectory hits, so you can't like make it look like a trick shot. And do whatever, it doesn't matter. I had to prove it. They found more ways to be an idiot. So there's pictures of me then in the back of a truck holding the weapons that they're being an idiot with. I did everything I could. The only other smart person, if it tells you the good reason that I got away from people that were this dumb, there was a time I wasn't at that farm because I didn't want to go anymore because people act stupid around weapons. And I didn't go. And when I didn't go, there was a guy who was a good guy, stand-up guy, realizing that they were being dumb with gasoline near a fire. The only other person there that seemed to have a brain cell left, sadly, was horrifically injured, saving everyone else there, and they never were allowed to police came along. There was a big thing. No charges were pressed as long as they basically never had anything else happen there. Like, they lost agency of doing things at their farm. They made Molotov cocktails, for one thing. Don't do that. That's illegal. And second, they had the gas can next to the fire in case the fire started going down. And when the guy that I actually respected there of backing me up going, he knows what he's talking about, obviously. Please listen, you guys are being idiots. Sees that it's happening. He saw that it barely had a dribble leak out of it and it was going near that fire. So his reaction was telling them to run, and they didn't. And because they didn't, and we're all sitting around a burning bonfire, he, not knowing what else to do, seeing that it looked like it was getting way too close and the fire and the logs were falling, he panicked and he kicked the gas can. I still respect him to this day. If he's still alive, I still respect the hell out of you for actually what you did. Even though there was another way to handle that. If you have anything with gas that can collapse, if you kick it, you push out fumes. The combustion happens because you put in your engine little bits of liquid gas, that aerosol. The aerosolization of that is flammable, and that's what makes your car go. So the second that he kicked it, he kicked out some of the fumes of the gas, bridged the rest of the gap to the fire, and it exploded. It combusted, rather. The combustion covered half of his body in third-degree burns. Had he not done that, the radius at which it combusted would have covered 3 other people I know with third-degree burns that were most likely not going to let them live, because it would have covered the entirety of the back of their neck or the front of their face, all of their head, basically, and throat and chest. And instead, it only covered half of his body. So he had to go get his license in Virginia, I believe, because it did blind him in one eye. He lost one eye, and in Georgia, you cannot have a license unless you have 50% of your vision. Here's anatomy for you. Binocular vision takes 2 eyes. If you lose one of your eyes, you do not have 50% of your sight radius. You have about, give or take a little bit of rounding, 48% of your sight radius. Without your other eye, one eye alone cannot actually perceive 50% of what's around you. You lose your ability to properly perceive what is technically peripheral vision crossing over in the front to give you binocular vision. So just purely scientifically speaking, the way our eyes are separated, when you lose an eye, you have 48% of your visionary anything left, not 50. In the state of Georgia, you must have at least 50 or more to have a driver's license. And since you lose an eye, you can't have one in Georgia. You had to go to a different state. All because they were being idiots. You see why I didn't hang out with these people anymore? After I gave them lessons, after I told them not to do stupid things, and none of them even helped pay for his damn bills. And then after all of that work, I say I'm going to, while building this house, like this house is being built, I'm still working on graduating everything, but I'm getting money down the house that's going to be bought, I'm helping build from the ground up because the housing market collapsed in 2009. I bought my house that got built in 2009. Right out of college, made sure I owned a house. Signing up for all that, it's just like all of these things sound, people call them stories. They're not, they're my life. They just all kind of just randomly ball up and go into this thing. And yeah, there's pictures of me trying to give lessons to people who just didn't learn. And the only good one of them, got half of his body burned. I've talked about it too much. I think someone said, can you shoot like, Leon? If you're talking about something I'm not supposed to teach specifically, but is it possible to shoot like Leon? If you're referring to Resident Evil 2 Remake, I will answer it once and then not answer again for the next, I think I will say at least month and a half, because Resident Evil 9 will be out. And of course I'll probably have to answer again. If you're talking about the idea of in 2, when he's holding a certain weapon at a certain cant, that was called, what's the word for it? Standard. I do not know why everyone believes you need to have grown up on gang streets to have held a weapon like that. All you need to do is go look at the Navy practicing. Go look at craft carriers out at sea, like the Eisenhower, something like that. Leon and RE4. Good, thank God. I thought you were talking about RE2 Leon with a certain weapon. I was about to say craft carriers out there. Please just look at how two-handed handgun shooting is more modern. It used to be practiced as one-handed. And in fact, the idea of an A-frame or any kind of frame, even the teacup, which is bad because it doesn't help you actually have grip on. I'm not teaching all that. The skin surfacer, that's all more modern. It doesn't take up to just ask them, anyone that was like Korean/Vietnam War era. Don't ask them because that's rude. But anyone near that era, yeah, they can tell you their training probably with a one-handed firearm, anything was one-handed, not two. As it progressed, a lot of the 80s, 90s had a lot of training that was being phased out, phased in. But there is something to be said about some of the training that led to the Resident Evil 2 certain way that Leon holds a weapon, and it was standard training off the side of aircraft carriers. That you'll see lines of Navy men and Marines, because Marines ride with the Navy all the time. That's how historically they get dropped anywhere. And they're lined up on the edge and they're shooting out into the abyss. And while they're doing that, you'll all see them in a line in formation with their body in a line that's supposed to be in a certain configure in a certain way. And that is how you learn to. Now there's a reason to teach that still, because at one point I was a firearms instructor, and I'll say the only reason to ever teach that again is to make a frame with your body when you might have a limb incapacitated. Other than that, you should not be using all firearms without two hands unless you are incapacitated. And then there are reasons why I would teach something like that, or you would see it. Can you shoot like Leon from Resident Evil 4? No. Yes, but no. Once again, there's a channel that I watch that talks about breakdowns of firearms, and they got demonetized. Most firearm channels got demonetized. I'm not showing you a firearm, so I won't get demonetized for this. Because if I show you how to operate it and show you how it works and everything, if I actually bring it up, like, there's a fine line. Like, for example, the idea that I have like a K-bar just sitting right here because I talked about it before. Like, that's different, but having this on screen for too long, even though I'm holding a bloody iron frying pan, rolling pin as a weapon, and I have an axe on my back. The streaming services are very, and don't trust your life to something like this. This is basically, if it was issued to military, it was probably the cheapest bidder, the cheapest one got the contract. Sorry, Sig, but seriously, you can't release weapons to military personnel and not have them find out that your sears are going to impact on drop with like 1/10 of the weapons. Can't do that. Because yeah, the SIG M17 M18 had a big flaw that you had to send your weapons in if you had them, if you had a civilian version, and the police were saying it's the same fatal flaw that made like the probably the best pistol ever created, the FNS in 9mm. Yeah, it's probably the best pistol, I would say, of you know, people that want a Glock but they want a capacity, they want the whatever, you want the grip, you want the styling, you want something ergonomics, you want the ability to have a safety or not a safety. There are specialized Glocks that have a safety, but there are reasons to have one, not to. There are reasons that military or police personnel or whatever, I mean, there's reasons that SDF and Japanese actually have lanyards on them, so it was the best of all worlds, and it also had one of the same fatal flaws. They fixed it so fast, but it tanked their sales, so they just made a new one to try to rebrand it. I think it's now the 507. But anyway, can you shoot like Leon Resident Evil 4? Yes and no. So yes, if you consider the idea that Leon's backstory is as such, and I don't like talking about Resident Evil when we're not playing Resident Evil, is as such, that Leon showed up after graduating to be a police officer. He graduated, so he probably went through a program that lasted approximately 9 months, given, you know, this is the late 90s. He decided to go back and serve in Raccoon City because of all of the incidences that were happening and the news of, you know, that there was an incident in the Arklay Mountains. His girlfriend gave him an ultimatum that if you go back and take a job at a precinct at Raccoon City, then I'm going to break up with you. So he drives. This is now all not, this is not just canon. This is continuity. So he now drives to Raccoon City and gets there late. But he gets drunk at the hotel, which is what makes him drive later in the city, meet Claire, but then get there at night when the barricades were pulled back from further into the city. Instead of keeping people, like, instead of a barricade to keep people from getting in there and keeping everything in control, it was barricades to help the police officers and personnel and whatever in the whole thing of Resident Evil. He shows up in there, he drives too far in, the truck hits him, they get spun out, blah, blah, blah. Between that and his whole story, Chris runs on the idea of guilt. Leon runs on the idea of, you never heard of Leon's girlfriend. Go read the books that went with it, and then go read the extra notes that got added to the game. Which game? 2 or 4? One of the remakes actually finally includes that he had the girlfriend. It's no longer just the the Perry books. It is official in the actual remakes that yes, his girlfriend left him. He got drunk, and that's why he was showing up at night in civvy clothes. So all that's now, it's not just canon, it's continuity. If you count that there's a 6-year gap, and he trained, and if you know about Project or Operation Javier, he trained with Krauser for so long, and he went through very hard ops, and he's one of the survivors of that project. He thought Krauser died during it. They lost most of their men, blah, blah, blah. I'll say this. For operators of a certain capacity, there are certain things you can do that do make the cut into video games. Can Resident Evil 4 original, can you shoot like that, Leon? No, not in a million years. It doesn't exist. The weapons just aren't modeled correctly. They don't have the correct recoil. They don't have the correct accuracy and ranging and anything. Can you just put a reticle on something 600 yards out and expect to not have to accommodate for wind or bullet drop or anything else? No, you can't. Does Leon have a way to get through the first section on New Game Plus by shooting the bell that is obviously hundreds of yards out to ring it so that, you know, Ada doesn't have to in separate ways? Yeah, you can. And that shot has 0 drop compensation and 0 any off of a weapon. You just have to have a sniper. No, you can't shoot like that. Can you make generalized shots like he does? Yeah. Are the weapons accurate? They're more accurate. There's only one weapon that I'm not gonna get into, like the nuances that got less accurate with the remake. They're accurate enough. A lot of their rate of fires are wrong. The Thompson in particular, that I'm thinking it chugs along a little too slow for a 9mm blowback operation, and that Thompson that everyone unlocks, that typewriter, is an amalgamation of 2 different models, and one of them deserves a drum mag and one of them doesn't. One of them is just going to be a normal mag that's going to be a, 28 to 33 round, depending on your spring and the wear in it and what you're using. They hodgepodge two together. Are they all accurate? Can you shoot like that? When people ask that question in a more modern game, it's always just like, yes, but no. Like some of them, what you consider, here's the more realistic. Could somebody with that much training pull off with that assortment and arsenal of weapons the shots that Leon pulls off? Possibly. If you want to bring it into the real world, it's possible. If you want to bring it into somebody who watched people who would eventually go to the Olympics for shooting sports, talking about myself, like watching people training, because where I trained was the place where 96, Georgia Olympics were. So people who participate in the Olympics, people who made their money off of that, people who do like the sports like for 3-gun or any other things that go through. The idea that, one of the most proficient weapon handlers right now that you could go just watch anytime you want to is Keanu Reeves. He put the work in. Just watch him run 3-gun basically and go see how it's done. He put the work in. That's why the John Wick movies, especially 1 and 2, look super legit, because he's a super legit shooter. He actually can do, that's 100% legitimate, the way he's handling those weapons. I cannot express enough how much Keanu Reeves is a role model for the idea of, if you want to show that you're proficient with a weapon in a movie, you've got to put the work in. Did he put in months and years of work with professionals, with military and law enforcement and personnel and all this other stuff on ranges and on moving and on 3-gun and on practice and with drills and with everything? Did he put in the work? Yes, that's why it looks legit. He is operating those weapons legitimately. They're legitimate weapons, firing blanks. He is actually dealing with some level of recoil in there. Can you shoot through glass and hit somebody? There's a lot of deflection. If you can shatter the glass, should you be missing someone and not aiming your shots in front of them to hit them and allow a sequence like in John Wick 1? No, you shouldn't. You should be, if you're that proficient. Is there ever a time where you'll see someone doing reloads like he is doing them so crisp, so pristine, so good? That shows you right now an actor can actually get good enough that if you think Keanu Reeves, what he did with John Wick 1 and 2, 3 starts going off the rails a little bit, especially with the weapons that they're introducing. And 4, no, I'm talking about 1 and 2. So my answer always when it gets to firearms, talking and everything like that: 1, please be responsible. 2, do not believe that you can be the next John Wick or the next Leon just because you pick up a weapon. It's not power, it's responsibility. A weapon is a tool that has a time and place. If you wouldn't carry a hammer with you every single day, why are you carrying a gun? Because if you're carrying a hammer every day, you're probably a carpenter. If you're carrying a gun every day, what the fuck are you doing? Unless you're like law enforcement, as someone who's trained enough to actually use it in the proper situation, proper time. It's the same amount. It's the same logic. It's the same logic. If you're carrying a hammer every day, you're probably wearing carpenter pants, and you're probably working on a house or construction or something. You actually know how to use the hammer. You know when to use the hammer, and you know when to put the hammer up and get another tool. If you can't apply the same logic to a weapon, stop carrying the weapon. You're dangerous. With that said, if you want to be proficient, it takes work. It takes a lot of work. It takes range time. It takes learning from people better. It takes being humbled. It takes learning that you're not the hot shit. You can't just roll up and you got it in your sights. You missed 1,000 times over. Okay, well, it's shot 1,001 that's going to matter the most, because if you train your mechanics correctly and you train out your flinch and your everything and your pull and your grip and you get the grip and you do all the things wrong, if you train it correctly, and if then yes, you can shoot like Leon from Resident Evil 4 remake. Big asterisk, some of the weapons are just outlandish. It's just outlandish that you can make some shots. Can any long rifle make a shot out to 100 yards? Yes. Do you need to account for most anything? No. Most long rifles are probably, depending on who you get them from, sighted out to 200 meters, which means that for, like, let's say a 5.56, it means you're zeroed in at 50 as well. So can you, in general, deal with the idea that your bore and your sight axis are off by about 1.1 to 1.9 inches, meaning that you are 1.1 to 1.9 inches off of impact from where you aimed until you actually get to 50 meters, and then you're on target, and then it actually goes about 1 to 2 inches above what you aimed at, coming back down at 200 meters to target. Is that all true? And could you pull off the shots he does with all the long rifles just by using irons or using a scope that is on a general basis sighted to 200, or if you sight it to 25 yards, so it's like coinciding with, depending on the caliber, where its drop off is going to be earlier than 200. Can you do that? Yes, sure, whatever. Can you have side sights that are for close? That's why there's stacked sights all over the place. That's why people who put their canted 45s usually have them canted in a way that makes me want to scream until I'm vomiting blood, because they don't even have them properly angled over bore. What are you doing with your canted sights anyway? You're not John Wick. You're not a... With all of that said, Leon's whole story is like he got traumatized by being dumped by a girlfriend, only to be more traumatized by having to kill everyone else's girlfriend in Raccoon City. He then went on to get training to work for the government because he got threatened by the government that Sherry would become an experiment unless he agreed to basically keep his mouth shut and work for the government to stop things like that happening again. He works by Resident Evil 6 to be close to the president, to be by his side, to uncover the truth, but that gets stopped in Resident Evil 6. By Resident Evil 4, he's gone through more trauma because he internalized the trauma by drinking heavily, training hard, and then losing everybody in Project Javier, where he thought he even lost his instructor for at least 2 years, Krauser. Krauser taught him knife fighting. If you want me to get into knife fighting, don't, because Krauser's knife fighting skill is good to a point. It's better than the original Resident Evil 4, but guess what? Don't axe a knife and expect everything to just go fine for you. It's like, God in heaven, this is the guy that can beat him in a fight, and he is doing some of the worst rookie mistakes. Why are you having a knife, a hand switch from one direction to the other? You know, the whole reason that you change hands with a knife is either defensively because your hand is pinned, or a misdirect. So why would you ever drop a knife? One, turn your back to someone to swing a knife. It's the dumbest thing you could think of in the world. Let's say that I'm trying to fake you out and I'm swinging a knife and you see it coming from one direction. And so I'm going to turn my back and I use my left hand and I'm swinging at you with the left, and I turn my back when I do that. And to fake you out, I switch and use my right hand. My back is turned and I swipe at you again. Both of them came from the left-hand side. You didn't fake anyone out. There is literally schools that will help you and teach you how to handle knives. And you know what one of the first things they teach you about handling a knife is? Don't ever get into a knife fight. Don't ever get into a knife fight. In fact, the first thing that you usually get taught about knives is if you're in a knife fight, it's already bad. It's already very bad. The problem is you might have trained with the blade for 2 years and they might have trained with it for 20. You don't know somebody else's training. It's a 101 of training. You don't know their training. Don't get close to them with the more dangerous thing. Ask me which one I want to deal with within 5 yards of me, a pistol or a knife. It's probably the pistol. I can hopefully think of like jarring, what's their skill, what's their... You can just get lucky with either one, but you can get real lucky with a knife. You can get really, really lucky with a knife because you can just flail around with the thing and hurt somebody. They're all dangerous. Learn what you're doing. No, like there's parts of the game that just make me cringe out of my skin, but I just get over it because it's fiction. If you ask me to bring it into the real world and everything like that, then I just start talking about things like this where it just makes me cringe into oblivion. A knife hand swap and it doesn't even misdirect. You don't... Why? They're like, why? Like, why? Like, I'll keep it sheathed because it's just a sheath YouTube. Like, what is the point if I'm going to look like I'm attacking you with this hand? And then I'm like, I'm coming at you from this side. So all of your everything is to block from this side, right? Block me from block, get it away. Like, get it away from me. So I turn my back on you to switch hands to come at you. But when I turn back around, haha, it's in my left now. He still thought it was coming from this way. You see, I switched hands. I went from this way, and then I turned my back, and I tricked you out, and I came from this way. Ha ha ha! It's from the same way. All you did now is expose your back and give you no recourse of when they go, ha! Now you can't do anything. It's the dumbest thing. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Yeah, Nightbot went rogue. Don't worry. I have to fix Nightbot with that. It's so dumb. With that said, can you shoot like Leon from Resident Evil 4 Remake? So I can just end it, because I will go on this for forever, because my basic assumption of most anyone who's handled a firearm is that they're an idiot. And not like don't take offense to it. It's just gun smarts is a trained thing, and people don't get on the range enough. It's just as simple as that. If you want to be a virtuoso on the violin, then practice violin. If you think you can pick up a violin and all of a sudden like this happens, like then you have to practice. But thank you. So I'm gonna unpause. I didn't realize there's a pause. Like, so you have to practice with these things. Why can I say Leon might someone could possibly legitimately shoot with Leon? For at least 2 years, we know his training. In the prologue, it actually says of Resident Evil 4, it insinuates, instead of having to go outside sources, that it was 6 years. 6 years of training on multiple platforms means that most likely his ability to handle weapons proficiently, no matter the weapon he runs into, is going to be statistically much higher than just about anyone else you run into. And if he had handled all the weapon systems that he was handling in Resident Evil 4 previously and trained with them and got prolific with them or their kin, then it is feasible to say that if you too also get prolific with those weapon systems, you could make those shots count and happen. With the big caveat of it is a video game. It's a video game. You know what happens in a video game when you screw up with Leon? You get to restart. You know what happens in real life when you screw up and you brandish a weapon and you miss a shot that you think you can make because you don't know how to train under like pressure with your nerve shot, and you haven't had sleep in 2 days, and you haven't had food in 3, and you're trying to get a last sip of water out of your canteen, and you still need to pull off a 300 or 400 meter shot. And if you think you can still do that, because look what Leon's going through. He's not like getting a snack every 5 seconds. He's not being the most hydrated. He's exerting his body. He's on edge. He's trying to look for someone. It's hardest to protect someone when they're near you. So he's pulling off some of these shots when he's got someone he needs to protect, which is just the worst. You do not want the person you're protecting anywhere near you. You want them hiding and somewhere safe. If they're behind you, you have a new level of your everything blows out of proportion again. I can't explain how much there are just like levels of how much your nerves and everything shakes. For example, what you train at the range, cut it in half. Rather double it, rather not, because what you train at the range will not kind of, what you do in real life will be half of what you can do at the range. If your draw time of being able to draw a weapon, have it at the ready, and fire a shot is 1.8 seconds from holster to landing on paper is one point, let's say 1.8 seconds. You're at 3.6 in a life and death situation. And that's not even saying that you got on target. That's just saying you were able to ready weapon like you practice at range. It will be doubled. Your nerves are a hell of a thing. You think adrenaline will do... Oh, I'm going to play this real quick. Your username is pronounced curious. Thank you for I forgot that they're so high.
Once again, this is the reason why you're one of my favorite YouTubers, so passionate on the details of gaming, especially with Re.
Yeah.
Also for your sake, my user is pronounced curious.
Thank you for letting me know that it's pronounced curious. I even unpaused it myself and it still startled me. KG Media. People overestimate their abilities constantly, especially when it comes to firearms. Also, we literally see Leon shaking when he's aiming in the game. He's dehydrated, exhausted, on edge. Yes. So, can you lever action reload by flipping the entire gun around like a turnip? Yes, you can. If you do it on an unmodified Winchester, you're going to break your hand. The flip that you see John Wayne and Terminator Arnold Schwarzenegger do is actually that the lever action has been widened. The where you see his hand using to flip it, there's a larger circle. If you try to do it on a normal stock, you bought it off the shelf, you will break your fingers trying to do that flip and spin it around. If you have a modified lever on it, yes, 100% you can do that. That is absolutely something you can do. It's a trick shot. Annie Oakley could do it. Why can't he do it? I believe Annie Oakley is the one I'm thinking of that could do it. A famous female shooter that was known for being able to do trick shots like that. If it's not Annie Oakley, I can't remember who it is. Fact check me on that one. I don't know if that was one of Annie Oakley's tricks. But adjuster size, yes you can. And whether that peeling has no feelings or emotion makes sense. Is that possible? No. What about Sarah Connor doing the one arm shotgun run? Yes, for dramatic effect at the very end of Terminator 2, when Sarah Connor is doing the one arm pump for the shotgun. I mean, I think she's just using a Remington 870. Why not? Remington 870 or a Mossberg 500 series. I see no reason. Or you can take a cooler looking one like the Stenag or whatever it's called that can go from semi-auto or pump. You can put it in a pump action, and you can actually cycle around, because all she's doing by doing it one arm, you fire off a pump action shotgun and you're releasing the catch that lets you pull back the forearm, that lets the lift come down to lift another shot to be able to chamber into before you are able to fire again. And then when you put it fully in battery and you don't short stroke the thing, then you put it fully in battery, you can just shoot another shot, it releases the forearm again, and then you pull it for that pump action, you're able to pull it back. If you fire off a shot, then it releases the forearm, you're able to use gravity, you can one arm. That's an actual thing that you can do in training if you want to. It's dangerous, do it under supervision with somebody who knows what they're doing. If you want to learn how to do that, don't try to do it on your own, because if you do, once again, an idiot. You guys are trying to get me kicked off Twitch. I'm gonna go yeah, Leon is Leon is shaking. Yeah, he's dehydrated, I think. But I'm seeing over on Twitch like the idea of like what if you have no feelings? What if it's a person that has no feelings or emotions that makes sense if it's possible? What do you that question is a little confusing, and it makes me believe just talk to someone who's seen active duty. Not just ask them about that exact same question. That's literally called what you're supposed to train for before you put into active duty. The whole point of you training is so that in the moment you're doing what you need to do. It is surgical. You talk about enemy combatants as you talk about as an enemy combatant, as a combatant, as an insurgent, as a you have contact with. You don't call them by name. You don't say so many things, even in jargon, that distance and take out humanity and everything. And then you go through a lot of training, and most people don't even know what that training looks like. For example, to my knowledge, all branches of the military will have you go through training where, while you're learning how to basically belly crawl with all of your gear and everything, you've got to be able to still get your rifle through the mud under barbed wire. And they're gonna, while you're running the course and getting through the barbed wire, that's typically for most branches when they start the live fire above your head. What do I mean by live fire? They have speakers strung up everywhere. So this is all the way from being California boots to Paris Island and everywhere in between. They have speakers strung up all up in the trees, and they have all this mud and everything that can gunk up your gun. And you have to be able to do all these things, climb all these obstacles, and then be able to land shots and everything. And when they know that it's about safe, there are portions where they will play like it's gunshots going off. And also, way above your head, there is live fire happening. They are not fake rounds. If you were to somehow be able to jump 20 feet in the air, you will be shot dead. That is part of normal training. You do not get through all of that and then get put into active duty still being some kind of novice, because that's just called being a boots. That's not even learning your MOS. If you're a cook, you better be a Marine. Otherwise, you're learning how to cook. If you want to learn how to be like that, you gotta look at infantry. You're gonna look at a 13 over there. I don't know what their MOS everywhere else is, but 1300 that's infantry. You go ITR SOI, like you go to learn more about how to handle and operate these things. When you get, by the time anyone, just go ask a vet. Anytime anyone gets out of that, the whole point is the idea that you don't have feelings. When you're doing something, because if you had to feel everything at the same, does that mean you don't have feeling? No, it just means that the reason you go through so much training is that you go and you learn from whiteboards, everything from that to practical training and everything in between. And back in the day, chalkboards, but you learn a lot, especially when you're tired, Don't ask how anyone's supposed to learn anything off of a whiteboard when, they only are running on 3 hours of sleep. They've already done, PT and been run through drills all freaking day, and it's getting towards lunch. They're being withheld going to the mess, and then they got to learn shit off a whiteboard. Don't ask me how it's done, but it is done because you have to learn it all, and then it's mechanical. It has to be perfunctory. It just has to be something you can do. With all of that taken into account, you do all of that to train people to be able to be in active combat, because after all of that is said and done, even with training and crawling and live fire above your head and being denied food and being scrutinized for everything you do, nothing you do is right, everything you do is wrong, you're never quite good enough, you always could be, you are being beaten and battered and molded into this thing that you also, after all of that training, can get tired. You can get tired still. After all of that training, you can get dehydrated. You can have your body like sweating a ton and start getting what feels like double vision. You can have fatigue and weakness set into your muscles. You can have stamina for days and be, SOCOM. You can be one of the 4 branches contribution to SOCOM, and you still need to sleep sometime. Like you got more muscle mass, you got to feed the muscle mass. Can you get bulked up? Yeah, a lot of SOCOM is bulked up. You can get bulked, but like you get tired. And if you're engaging with combatants for like Leon is doing, you're gonna get a shaky hand. You need some water. You don't get it. You need to catch your breath. You don't get to do that, especially with somebody else who breathes way too hard right behind you the whole time while you're trying to run their ass around. You need to be able to just lie down for a second. You haven't gotten sleep in 2 days. You won't get sleep for another 2 days, it feels. You don't even have a Red Bull to give you some wings kind of deal. And then you're being asked to pull off the shots he does. Can you shoot like Leon from Resident Evil 4? Yes, asterisk. Not all the weapons are accurate in the game, and you just can't be that perfect all the time. You just can't. Like it's just what happens. Yeah, and when it comes down to games, I'm glad that at least the remakes are like acknowledging that. But how some of the mechanics of the human body work with that, and that, it's like, because if you didn't know, for game design, it's exactly what do you think of when you think of like the quintessential weapons for like you're in a survival horror situation? You're looking for the Magnum, right? You mean a revolver? The weapon that holds less, takes more time to reload, and is not going to give you purchasing power nearly as much as just having a double stack mag of anything else that you can just switch out mags for. You mean that weapon? Yeah, that is not doing what a video game makes it out to do. You're looking for this shotgun, right? Well, at least in Resident Evil 4, they try to balance it out. But guess what? There, that drum barrel shotgun is one of the disproportionate shotguns in there. At 12, the barrel length will dictate, and the choke will dictate your pattern and the velocity for which a slug or buckshot or anything can exit that barrel. So if it's a pump action or an under over, like in Resident Evil 7, where all of a sudden the under over is stronger than the pump action, that makes no sense. There's no physics or logic behind that. The under over should perform at the same velocities if the barrel length is about the same, and they are using, I believe, the Ithaca in that game. I can't remember. The one made very famous in a lot of conflicts that are over east, but and also I believe its prolificity is World War II. The Ithaca it has a very long and sordid history of being just the reliable shotgun that is very much got the job done. But like the barrel length, does it make sense? Like some game mechanics when things like that happen? No. Does it? Would a Benelli M4 outdo a Benelli M2? Yes, unless you ran into a big stoppage because it is a piston powered gas operated as opposed to the M2 is a older blowback design. Is that right? So you've got your gas piston powered M4 that actually the Benelli that can actually cycle through, especially because it's taking cues from a Kalashnikov design. So which one's got? If both barrels are the same length, the game shouldn't make it a different like impact. So there's some game reality, but like the ones, what you look for in survival horror when it comes to a pistol, it's always going to be like when they want to make you feel constricted, they give you a revolver. There's a reason, because they're slow to reload, and most people don't have speed loaders, so most people can't just drop 6, or if you got like a special or 7, or if you've got like the S&W issued for a while out in California, the 8-shot revolver, depending on which one, like the R8, I believe, Smith & Wesson R8, I believe, is 8-shot. Unless you have a speed loader and you're trained proficiently with a speed loader, and speed loaders take a lot of time because you need to be able to know how to cup the cylinder, keep it still, be able to get your speed loader, actually drop the rounds in perfectly, and extract all of it while under pressure once again while you have shaky hands. It's not the easiest thing to do, but it builds tension. That's why revolvers are in video games so often, to build tension. They just make them stronger so that your tension building weapon has it. Like you give a character a revolver to make it so that they shoot slower and have a limited capacity. You let them get to a semi-auto, and then you give them something like the glory gun of like a revolver, because it's got so much more bang behind it, because it's like a reward for getting through to this far. So you get the Magnum. In reality, all of it's tension. Why do you get a pump shotgun? Once again, tension. You know that it's like, okay, so you get something that can hold 4+1 for a shotgun. You get something off the wall. Does that mean you're getting a normal Mossy or Remington? No, most of those are 6+1, because most of them configurations are at least 18-inch barrel, whatnot, 20 to 24-inch barrel, whatever. So why would you limit your tube mag? Unless your state dictates that you have to limit the tube mag. But why would you do that? Because if you give somebody something like a, I don't know, like a race gun that you would use in 3-gun in a horror franchise, it takes away the horror. If I can actually change out the box mag of a shotgun, then why wouldn't I just do that? If I can have the Kalashnikov design of a shotgun mag that will feed reliably, which I won't name which one that is, because I know that by naming real weapons, I'm getting really close, but you can go find it. It's used by almost every single person ever in competition, including me in competitions, because it uses box mags. Well, why don't they put that one in a video game? Because it doesn't build tensions. A pump does. A pump that, like, think Sarah Connor, how slow, because she's injured. When you think about long rifles, what do you get? You get a bolt action. Why? Tension. Because you have to cycle the bolt. Which, that's the leap of logic that most of the time you have to take, that people know how to properly cycle the bolt in the first place. So there's that. Or that they'll do it proficiently enough to actually stay on target or not move any more than they really have to. But it creates tension. And that's why you get those weapons in a video game. I think someone said, what about Claire's weapon in Resident Evil 2? She's using a single action army. That's why she's holding it the way she does. It is, as the name implied, the cult single action army is single action only. You must pull the hammer back before you fire every shot. There's no double action on a single action army. The SAA made very famous earlier on, late 1800s ish, early 1800s. The single action army, I'd say mid 1800, right? 1860. I can't remember exactly when it's most prolific. The single action army is you must cock it every single time before you shoot it. It's not like a normal revolver. People are used to the idea of a revolver being a double action / single action. So you can shoot it as a double action, but if you cock the hammer, you get a lighter trigger pull. You go from, a trigger pull of something like 6-pound trigger pull all of a sudden to a 1.5. Yeah, you can crack off some dead on shots like that, but your next shot is going to be again back to double action unless you cock it again. The video game weapons are there to create tension and to reward you for when you find a new one by giving you something like a power up that isn't logical to what it is its counterpart is in real life. There is a suspension of disbelief, and as much as I could try to say what happens, then it's just it is what it is. Can you be like Leon? Yes, asterisk. Video game logic, so some of the weapons aren't operating the way they should, and like the Thompson, it fires so fast, so much the rate of fire is like nerfed in half for what a Thompson actually shoots at. But a Thompson also should not be able to do exactly what it does in Resident Evil 4 remake. It's just not. Any shotgun and all barrel lengths the same should be putting out the thing that you're shooting correctly. In fact, the biggest pet peeve in video games would be, one of the biggest for firearms is a shotgun is super accurate to 75 yards, 100 yards ish. Buckshot or slugs. Slugs are guaranteed if they're rifled out to 100 yards. Why not? That's called a training issue. If you can't hit an 8x8 at 100 yards, 100 meters, whatever, wherever you are across with a rifled slug from a shotgun, that thing better be you have a weapon that is registered because you have cut it down to basically being a sawn-off, or you need to get out on the range and do your work and stop blaming the weapon. A slug can accurately go. I've hit an 8x8 200 and 250 yards out ish. Easy. Over and over. Ping, ping, ping. It's not hard if you put the work in. Most people don't want to put the work in. But the load that you're using, if you're familiar with the rifle, the shotgun, whatever, that matters. So my familiarity with one shotgun does not carry over to another. You can't hand me any shotgun, and that's where suspension of disbelief. Whatever. Leon's apparently proficient with every weapon he touches. I can, with some setups, feel so comfortable that I can immediately ping. But what if it was adjusted for somebody whose eyes just don't both focus? They always close one eye. So they adjusted their sights for that. It's a little discrepancy, but it means it's not completely bore-sighted. It means it's sighted for them, which means it's off for you if you keep both eyes open, which is a thing that some people do for closer quarters combat. Because they keep one eye closed, which you should never, ever, 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 ever do. You should be focusing on that front sight, letting the back sight go blurry, and having your eyes always on the target, because otherwise you'll miss. Don't close one eye. That's why? Don't close an eye. Why did Chris give Claire such awful guns? He didn't. He gave her a stereotypical late 90s weapon of protection that people think that you should be doing. It was thought for the longest time that a snub-nosed revolver was probably one of the best. The package and what you give somebody and the safety. Think about the idea that she's 19. But her mind is older. The New York streets get colder. She shoulders every burden, every disadvantage she has learned to manage. Anyway, she is forced to learn because her brother goes through so much stuff. Her brother makes her learn how to do self-defense techniques. He gives her a revolver. That is just called somebody that's a little bit more old school. That's all that is. It's 98, I believe, for the game, right? Why not? When you give a revolver like she's got, the spur. Try again. Yeah, my stuff only stayed on because I got a backup battery, and now I'm live again. Because it's connecting to the Wi-Fi because of the backup battery out there. So you might have to switch it to Wi-Fi real fast. No. No, yeah, you're already on. Your computer cut off. Nice. All right, I'm gonna go back live. Oh. No, it got shut off on both. It's been raining here and my power went out. Everyone needs to refresh. I have to type refresh. Refresh. Just type to people refresh. No, it's my own power. This time it was actually not them. We can, for once, we can give them a pass. For once, this is the only time. We'll never give them a pass again because I don't feel like it. They don't like it. Refresh. Yeah, so yeah, everything is back up. My power, weirdly enough, the janky wiring in my house is so jank. Is so desperately jank. Wait, what? That half of my house can lose power and the other half does not. To mitigate that, my office has the streaming PC and the actual PC I play off of on a backup power supply that I run it through. So when the power flickers, it doesn't actually interrupt much, except that the streaming PC is on a landline. Like the streaming PC is hardwired, and so its backup is Wi-Fi. And so for one moment, if I've got it on that and its backup is Wi-Fi and I didn't connect it, it'll cut that out. But my whole house just flashed. My son's computer turned off, and half the lights in my office turned off and turned back on. But everything, like the router in my living room, that's on a mini backup battery that can run it for about, since it's the only thing on it, it can run it for an hour. It's just an APC or an AC, whatever it's called, the brand. It's the smallest one they've got. They used to go for like $60, 40 or $60. They probably go for more. Basically anything that can run your stuff for 5 minutes so you can go through a quick brownout. Why not? And yeah, my whole office is on backup batteries. So like all of my computers did not turn off. The monitors flickered because the monitors aren't on that, because if it's just going to brown out for a second, that monitor stays on where I can see how the stream is doing, but the game monitors don't need to stay on because that's taking a yeah, but it's been raining for days here and flooding for days here. Okay. YouTube doesn't like much of this talk. That's true. One of my biggest pet peeves about weaponry in video games would absolutely be the shotgun. The shotgun's accurate. The shotgun's accurate for a while, and shotguns have been nerfed in just about every video game to be this up-close powerhouse, when in reality, even with a full open choke, where's your spread coming from? Think about it. Just like, think about it. You're shooting from something that's got about that diameter to it, right? Right? That diameter. And I shoot something this far away. How, but the tube has been long. So everything in there, the trajectory of everything in there is going this way. Pretty straight. So straight that by here, it's still that size. So video game logic says, yeah, that should blow something off. Is it possible to actually cause the kind of harm that you see with shotguns in video games? By going for like a wrist with that kind of, an ounce slug out of a shotgun probably can do the job of mutilating someone's joint to the point that it gives you the effect of what you think of in a shotgun. Maybe buckshot placed against and then doing that. Maybe. Are you getting RoboCop levels of gratuitous violence from some? No, not unless they're a very unlucky person. You're not getting that. That is not happening. It's just not. Shotguns, their pattern spreads, and as you change what choke that you're using, so like it's video game logic. If a shotgun could shoot as far out as a rifle, then why would you even at that point use just one or the other? Just you pick one. That's kind of the logic. So like the shotgun has to be, but if you cut down the barrel of a shotgun absurdly short, then yes, you have not been able, and you use something like double aught or get even smaller than that. Use birdshot. Guess close up birdshot will still kill. Just don't ask Dick Cheney's friend. Dick Cheney's friend survived somehow. A former vice president who went out hunting and shot his friend like in the face with a birdshot, and he survived just fine. It depends on a lot of things. Shotguns are but they're accurate. There's a reason why you don't do certain things and why you get training. I will tell you the worst people I've ever had to train ever on the range. People who have come to the range. There are two people. I'm so sorry if you're actually in the second category, because I do not mean to out you. There are two people who are just the worst to train. And the first one is people who believe they know weapons because of media, basically. They think they know how weapons operate, the physics, the general thing you should expect, what you can do with them, what you can accomplish, all from media. They're about the worst. Because you tell them that second point of impact you see with a shotgun was the wad. Like, you have a tight grouping at 15 yards with that shotgun that you just shot. Cool. Yeah, that's purposeful. You have a grouping that's tight. You can get the choke tighter if you want to. You can get the grouping tighter. So like, you can do all that. And then they see a second hole and they're like, see, that's the spread. No, that's the wad. The wad that was keeping it all together before you fired off the shell. The wad is going so fast that it makes a second hole. And since it is literally just a wad of substance that's keeping it together, fabric, use of packet, whatever it's made of, because there's different things it could be made of, that wad is traveling so fast it will also penetrate the paper. Having to tell somebody that's played video games or watched movies for so long that they try to tell me that shotgun spread, you're wrong. No, you literally just missed the target and still burst open. True thing, someone brought water bottles to the range because it was allowed at the open door part of it, and they hung them up next to their paper target. And I was trying to tell them, take it slow. Let's talk about usually my first session is never shooting the thing, ever. It's everything to do with never shooting it. How to be safe, how to load, how to unload, how to field strip, how to clean, how to maintain, how to everything you can practice at home. Because I don't want you to practice shooting your face off at home. We're going to talk about everything you practice at home, which is up to the idea of possibly dry firing, which is why I'm not going to teach you to ever load anything into that chamber so you can dry fire your neighbor into oblivion in an early coffin. I'm not teaching you that for the first session. And if you don't learn the first session, you ain't shooting in the second session either. I'm not wasting your money. I'm saving yours or somebody else's life because you're an idiot. That's why. And I get people who will do things like, I'm ready, and I trust them to be ready because I'm an idiot. Because I'm the one that believed them. And they bring things like water bottles. And this actually happened, and I have it on video because it's on my camera phone that I shot it to show them what they were doing. And I caught it, and I could not explain to them. And it is one of the most frustrating things I have of media on my computer saved to this day. Trying to tell them they missed. Yet the bottle exploded. And they were like, I didn't miss. And I said, no, you did. The wad hit the bottle. Your entire spread pattern that was very clumped together missed. You flinched the shot, but the wad peeled off and hit the bottle and made it explode. And you thought it was spread. It's not. Because why they thought it was spread, they had the bottles right next to the paper target. So like they had a paper target in the middle and bottles. And so they were like, I'm going to aim for that bottle. And they went for like the bottle on, like you can see on the, what was it? The bottles were lined up. I can't remember where it doesn't matter. Basically, when they say they're going to shoot at something and the pattern hits the paper, but then it hits, that's called spread. No, it's not. No, that was called you accidentally hit the thing that you weren't supposed to and the thing you were aiming at, and you pulled off both because the wad hit it. When they finally stopped arguing with me about the wad hit your bottle, that's why the water bottle exploded, and they stopped arguing, and I showed them on my phone that I recorded their shot, and it was, you could obviously see that they missed, and it was the wad hitting it, that they were aiming for the bottle, and it was not the shot from the shotgun, and that the tight pattern all hit the paper, and that I finally pointed out to them, and all the other shots that you've made, all the other things that we've already patched up, do you see how there's this speckled pattern and then this one outlier that's always there that flaps out? That's the wad. The wad's been hitting the paper the whole time. It has velocity to it at 15 yards. People see media and they're just the worst. The second worst was Air Force. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Listen, if you're Air Force and you're active and you've put in the work, I am not talking about you. You know who I'm talking about. You know that there's a saying that if Air Force have rifles, just put your head between your legs. You know, just don't take it personally if you're not one of them. I did live near an Air Force base and I did train them so they could re-up, and it was just the worst. Because the only thing worse than someone who watches media is someone who's been trained and thinks they know what they're doing after enough training to basically hit paper enough that 2 years later they're being asked to re-up by their base. 4 years? How often do you have to re-up as Air Force? And oh, I did talk. I talked major shit to the person who missed. I did. I railed him into the ground. No one who's ever been trained by me has come away 4 years for them. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. My worst story of that one is one that I would rather it not be my life. I wanted it to be someone else's life, as a story where they brought weapons and they were the wrong calibers and they tried to kill themselves at the range. They're like, my mag isn't loading. And I was like, I'm doing my own thing. I wasn't actually being paid for this. Two people from the Air Force Base came over and like took a stall next to me. And it's two people who have been in and they need to re-up and they're there for practice. That's fine. It's cool. Whatever. You know, they're doing their thing. I'm doing my thing. I'm doing my thing, and they're having an issue. They're talking about I'm having like they're talking about some stoppage or some jam or some issue with the mag. And it's like okay, all right. Well, I'm sorry. I don't mean to like. I'll help out. I don't really mean to be over listening, but at that point I had already stepped in because they're talking about all these problems. And I don't want to get into the nitty gritty, but they showed up with 2 pistols of different calibers and about 3 with loose rounds, 4 different calibers of pistol ammo. They didn't have a stoppage. They fired, I can't remember if it was a 9 or a 40 S&W out of a 45 ACP or something like that. Or as a 9 out of a 40 S&W, something like that. And their stoppage was not being able to get the 45 into the 9. 45 ACP into a 9mm. They couldn't get it in there. If you could somehow manhandle it to break the laws of physics and get it so that you could actually have the firing pin go off on that, on a 45 ACP round inside of a 9mm, if somehow you were running a weapon system that could still allow the sear to, and that pin to fire off, that'd blow up in your hand. The backfire would absolutely blow probably the slide off, a lot of dust, debris, a lot of the backfire, everything. You're probably going blind because those safety glasses are not meant for that. It's meant for dust, debris, and a lot of things, powders are blowing back everything. It's a blowback system on a pistol. Yeah, what I found is that I needed to clear out the idea the barrel, they had blown up the casing, and now the barrel was completely obstructed by the casing having blown out to the size of the barrel when they fired off a 9mm out of either a 40 S&W or a 45 ACP. I can't remember. And that their other stoppage was trying to jam the 45. I do know that that was 45 trying to go into a 9. And it was just, okay, that was the start of my session, which they gave me a tip. And I mean, they did end up giving me a tip. Hey, Ellie. So there was something that came of it. I did contact I don't talk about this often, but I will. It's been so long. I did contact the base and tell them that I had just trained 2 people and I had their names and that they should not qualify. That I went through the proper channels to call and let them know that I had helped them train on the line, but they couldn't even discern calibers or how to properly load, and that if they are just put on the line to re-up when it's their time and they are given the opportunity to not screw up caliber and weapon and systems and how they work, they'll pass and they are still a threat. I called the base. I absolutely called the base. I feel nothing over that because that was not my only time having to call the base. The worst people I've ever had to train are people that watch too much TV basically and play too many video games, and also the people on that base. Please, if you're Air Force, I am not getting onto you. There's so many times where there are so many people, me and others, that would not be alive with what you're doing, the jobs you do, whether it's whatever, we just wouldn't. Someone's got to be up in the sky calling a lot of shots. Somebody's got to be able to run some shit around, and somebody's got to be able to figure out logistics. Some people have to be smarter than others. And guess what? When you're looking at the normal IQ, this how smart people are in different branches, you're going to find out real fast. Air Force is in large part, last time I saw any metrics done, their IQ is usually a little higher than other branches, and who beats them out? Coast Guard. They usually are a bit higher educated, smarter on paper. Their IQ and EQ are better, and they still are crap at problem solving if they only have to re-up every 4 years. It doesn't make it, it's it's all a matter of perspective. Can you shoot like Resident Evil 4 remake Leon? If those weapons were remade in real life for those fire rates and those impossible non-drops that are ballistically on there, and for the shotguns and rifles and everything to act the way they do in the game, and those were all put in real life and you had someone train with them, then yes, you could absolutely shoot like Leon. And conversely, Claire did not. Could you be as well trained as Leon and shoot like crap? Yes, if you're not trained well. It just depends on your. And Claire did not get a crap weapon. Her brother gave her the standard thing that you would give anybody who you're trying to say, use this for self-defense. The hammer, there's no, they took the hammers, there's no, what is it called when you take off the spur of the hammer? Oh God, you can't cock it. It's double action only. What the hell is that called all of a sudden? Anyway, that's what she had. The weapon that her brother gave her, that is, a revolver isn't a crappy weapon. Ask LAPD or other police precincts who I know, LA, New York, and a few others, into the early aughts, and even in Georgia, going down into middle Georgia, kept revolvers. I mean, I think the last year that some counties getting toward Macon were still issuing Colt Pythons 4-inch barrel as actual standard issue is getting toward 2001 and 2002. I mean, it doesn't make it a crap anything, but for a long time, the standard was like, how do you balance recoil and handleability and making sure that even if you don't have the best training, you're going to land your shots, and reliability. And the standard for reliability the longest time was the revolver. The revolver has a few things going for it, which is just the idea of you give up shot capacity for the idea that your mag can't jam on you. I mean, if you think about it compared to a 45 ACP, then yes, you can drop a mag on a 45 ACP, 7+ run rounds, standard. So you get 8 shots, you reload back with 7, right? Okay, so you get 7 shots, you get a lot of bang for your buck. That was the go-to, the 1911 for a long time, but the revolver didn't go out of style and go out of its way. there are a lot of stoppages and jams depending on who's the manufacturer of that weapon. That weapon's manufacturer can dictate whether that is a crap weapon or not, if it's going to jam every other shot, if it's going to gunk up on you, what conditions you're firing it in. If you want to ask me if I want to, in bad conditions, trust myself to any random revolver, or in extremely bad conditions, trust myself to any random pistol, for all I know, you're giving me a high point. And for anyone who knows anything about weaponry to even suggest that I would have to use a high point in bad conditions against any revolver, really, I'm gonna take the revolver. But Claire was given what was stereotypically good for the day. So her brother gave her, if you go by the continuity of Claire did get there first, is Claire A, Leon B, which is what it is. Claire's real starting weapon is not the single action army. It is the revolver she's got. And take off the, smooth out your hammer. The hammer can no longer snag in your pocket wherever you're carrying it. She's not necessarily wearing a holster because she's riding her motorcycle. Average carry back in that time period was like the idea of how can you safely carry, like pocket carry. And if you look at like safety statistics, even back there, your biggest problems were going to be the hammer catches on something while you're trying to pull the weapon out of like something like a purse. So you despur the damn thing. And then you want a draw weight that's good enough for having every shot being double action, but it's reliable. And when you draw it, one of the biggest downsides you'll see is some like random things like lipstick. You'll hear about random stories of like lipstick getting in the trigger guard, and so that they draw the weapon and basically they've got an accidental safety that the lipstick, or worse off yet, that the lipstick actually got in there, the weapon moved around enough, and somehow they got a light enough trigger double action pull on it that the lipstick pulled the trigger and made the firearm go off in the purse. Those stories are few and far between, but that's exactly why if you're going to carry in your pocket, use a real holster. Don't use BS. Protect the trigger guard. There is literally a device made for people who want to carry a revolver in their purse, and it is to cover the trigger guard, and it is attached to the inside of the purse. So when you draw the weapon, the trigger guard that is making sure no anything that's in your purse can get inside of the trigger guard, nothing, because it's being properly covered and nothing can pull the trigger, it naturally pulls away about the length of that you would clear the purse, and now it's ready to fire. It's the best safety you can give it as a compromise. But also statistically, those who don't know how to use weapons get them turned against it. In a home invasion, if you don't know how to use your pistol, statistically speaking, that thing, if you only wound them, is going to be used to kill you. Sorry, but you're no John Wick, and even John Wick, ganged up on his sleep, can be killed by his own weapon. Oh, the most common carry for women up to last year's, a decade-year statistics, 11 years ago. I'll give that. It was either it was 2020, 2012 or 2013 that I'm thinking of one published paper. The most common way for it to be carried was in a purse. The most common daily carry for a male was the front pocket. Are you kidding? I'm not talking to people who might know anything of what they're saying. The most common carry only about 10, 12 years ago was freaking front pocket for guys, and in a purse unprotected for women. What do you mean? I have a curious question. How do you determine a perfect choice firearm? Is it wrist size or muscle tone or different methods? This is getting into real sticky territory for Twitch. YouTube will allow me to answer this. I'm going to try to word this in a way that allows, since I'm on Twitch as well. Let's take one of the most iconic weapons that I can't be faulted for. Happy New Year, Kal-El. What's going on? I can't believe I'm still up and awake. Thank the oxygen, because I'm battered and broken right now. I can't stay conscious much longer. I need to go lie down. I'm very lightheaded and I'll probably fall I'll get more bruises on my knees trying to leave the office. I'm not going to do very well standing up. The perfect gun. There's no such thing as a perfect gun. I think Twitch will allow me to talk about personal experience without training anyone. So let me take something that's iconic in video games that the M9 is in almost every single video game that comes out. Some variation of it. The Beretta M9A1, usually. Beretta won their contract a long time ago. It got all over the place. You'll see variations of the Beretta M9 and the SIG 226. And the SIG 226 did not actually win out. The P226 didn't win out in trials for the contract, but various different branches and agencies still adopted the 226. And therefore it gained and then it gained a contract, I think, with the Navy SEAL specifically, maybe. So you see, the M9, the Civi version being the 92. If you want that front rail, I think you're looking for the FS. I can't remember all the designations off the top of my head, but most people think of that. I like the sleek design of the original M9 with no rail, no anything, no anything or Picatinny or any, no need to mount something. It's no snag, fewer things but let's take that weapon. It's a standard issue weapon, right? You'll find a lot of people are issued that weapon. You're going to find out one of the biggest complaints and praises of that same weapon, and for me it's a complaint, is the girth, basically. The issued grip is crap. The stifling feels like it's more there to shred your hand if you at all start getting tired than to do anything else. Like, I don't know how else to explain that. The standard, not wood grips that sometimes got issued, but the plastic BS ones that were probably worn, and you're probably not the first person to own that M9 and have to operate it successfully. It's worn down and it feels like, someone had their grip down packed, and that you let your hands, you get sweaty, you get tired, you get lazy with one shot. You don't have a proper purchase of that firearm, and you let it slip a little bit and it rubs the wrong way. And now your hand, and if you have shorter fingers, it's the bane of your existence. And then let's imagine that you got trained back in the late 90s, early aughts. They're telling you to put it in the crux of your finger. Don't put it in the crux. Put it in a joint. Don't use a joint. Use the pad of your finger. All of that's BS. There is a certain way to function a firearm, and it doesn't dictate whether you should be using the pad or in the joint or all those things. So you have all those things going against you, right? Blah, 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 blah. Saying all these things. Well, let's say that I even just downright hate that weapon, but I train with it for years and years and years and years. All right, now there are contracts for the SIG M17, M18, also known as the P320. They actually did win their contract. Those would be rolled out. I think Army gets them first. Marines always get sloppy fourths or whatever. I think Army and possibly, I think Navy got their contracts first and whatnot. It won out in the trials. The sear has been fixed. You saw that they did sloppy metal stamping and machine work to fix their sears. Doesn't worry. I'm not here to critique and criticize what they're, because that's not, I just know that ones that I handle and I've operated are all fixed, all reliable, and I can drop them on their backside, and I'm not worried about a misfire or a negligent discharge or anything like that. The ergonomics of it are better. The idea that the safety is in a better place. Functioning a firearm with a safety for me and for some others who you run 3-gun. You can't have a weapon on 3-gun competitions without a safety. So even the idea of, do you want to run a Kalashnikov? Well, good news. There is a safety that I helped develop a long while ago, a safety type design that got patented by somebody else because design got stolen. Because it's not like I was original with it, but they straight up ganked what I had pressed. But you can find it anywhere now. Amazon used to sell them. It still makes me mad to this day. a way to hold back the bolt for an AK so you can show it's clear so you can use it in a competition. There's a way to make a safety even a safety to hold the bolt back for an AK, and you can depress it with enough strength you can get used to the idea of like slapping the bolt shut, letting it just slam shut, and ride it forward because it is piston driven, all that stuff, blah blah blah. So beyond all that, beyond my old man yells at sky, the ergonomics of all SIGs, how they steal it, they just kept making it. I made a few of them. I asked the company, because I was a wholesale dealer to that did metalwork, if they could make a few. I had the idea early on when I shot competition because they weren't allowed and I didn't understand. It seemed to be a specialty part. There's a certain divot that I figured if you just cut it out, a Dremel should be able to hold the bolt open. I know that I'm not the first person to do it. But I do know that the design that quickly came about came from the same area, from where I taught and where I learned out of and all these things, and where I kind of made my homebrew remedy to that, and how I asked a company to stamp a few, and the ones that hit the market and actual legitimate, like you could go to a website or store and you saw it start hitting shelves, because to have an import AK, 9 parts need to be changed out, I believe, still not 7 but 9 into US made. So that's why Tapco even got their start in the industry, by being the company you went to go get parts to switch out, because you can't just import a foreign weapon and then just have all foreign parts that are unregulated, because it means that you could accidentally import a weapon that could, I don't know, shoot full auto, and how would the US know about that? But if you have to switch out a minimum of X number of parts, then it would be impossible for it to do that, wouldn't it? Because you'd have to change out the parts that would allow the configuration for it to do that, because you had to switch them to have it imported, blah, blah, blah. Insert Tapco being all over the place. I dremeled it out, and then I had a company stamp it for me. And then I shared it with a few people, and from there, I can't claim that it was that it was stolen for sure. It's just sure damn looks like the exact same stamp design I use, and I did give it out for free and never thought to, patent the damn thing. That's neither here nor, it doesn't matter. That really, really doesn't matter. That's not the first and only thing that I've ever thought, hey, that's kind of cool, and I did it, and I was just happy that it made things safer, and it got stolen. That's like the third thing. It's just, it is what it is. Point being, you ask, what's the perfect weapon? Okay. I hate, and so do a lot of people that have issued, hate the M9. A lot open top slide design. I mean, the blowback design is hard. It's supposedly hard to gunk it up. You'll find that you can actually clear an M9 pretty easily. You can gunk one up to the point of failure. Pretty decently, but it's like a good middle ground. It should survive more than like your standard, what you would think of that wouldn't gunk up and would survive extreme temperatures, hot, cold, all this stuff. Like the M9 still holds its ground. You would think so much gunk could get in there, but so much gunk will be blown out every single time the blowback function happens. But it punishes you for learning the system. All right. So 20 years later, have the same person go handle a 320. Feels a lot better. Ask that person, that theoretical person that might or might be sitting in front of the camera. Twitch, it might not be me. YouTube, it might not be me. Who knows? It could be anybody. Ask that theoretical person which one they'll shoot more accurately if they're in the thick of it, in a fray, in a tizzy. Because one of them was trained under stress and the other one wasn't. One of them has more rounds downrange and the other one doesn't. One of them's newer, and you should be able. There is such things. Muscle memory is not real. The ability for you to do something so often that it becomes perfunctory does not make it muscle memory. That is a misnomer. The idea that you fire off those neurons so long that it turns it from short to short long to long short to long memory. That is a thing. And long memory turning into a perfunctory thing as easy as breathing is a real thing with training. And when you touch a different firearm that you're not used to, there is such thing as feeling familiarity. There's such thing as like holding a Glock and holding the FNS and being like, Oh yeah, that feels about right. Larry Blue Mocha. There's something like that. And there is such thing as touching an M9 and the P320, or also known as the M17 or short barrel M18, and grabbing it and immediately handling it a bit wrong with the first few shots. What's the perfect firearm? The one that you went to the range, you picked up, under guidance from somebody else, you shot properly. You decide to invest time and money and energy to make sure it functions properly. You did your research to make sure that it's a safe firearm, that if you got it used, that it is maintained properly, then that you got proper training, that you put rounds down range in a safe manner, in a safe situation, that you learned proper techniques to draw it, to holster it, to store it, to lock it up in your car, on your person, in the home that you're in, wherever it is, that you can lock it down and that you can get it into action as fast as that you feel like you need to for your purposes, whether it's for sport or for otherwise, because YouTube, I am allowed to talk about weapons when it comes to sport only, not self-defense. So let's talk about sport. For whatever reason, and that you are so acquainted with that you basically can field strip the damn thing, put it back together, blindfolded with one arm tied behind your back, and you could still land your shots. And under stress and with fatigue and half blind, with feeling like that you're going muzzle deaf and not being able, that you still don't accidentally shoot somebody next to you on the range, or a neighbor or a bystander or somebody beyond the backstop or anything like that. That's the perfect firearm for you. So what does that mean for you? I don't know. I just know in 3-gun, I'll talk about a sport. In 3-gun, there are pistols, there are shotguns, there are rifles. There's 3 different categories. And in most branches of anything that you'll learn, whether it is LEO or military or whatever, that you'll learn that those 3 categories still stand true, that there are metrics even in the military are not there anymore for having to qualify for being either like between marksman all the way to elite, and it, like your proficiency, whether you get, now Marines still do that, but we'll not talk about that. But anyway, what is right for you? I don't know. Perfect firearm choice is not always about what you can handle. But there are some firearms that have a little bit more muzzle flip, and you'll find that flip usually goes because of the way that the port and the blowback and the design is usually going to go a bit up, and it's going to go a bit to the left. It's your normal, if you function everything properly, it's probably going to go a little up to the left. Well, you know, maybe then if you're finding yourself in hard times with that, I'm not sponsored by any of these. Maybe you find yourself a CZ. Well, the bore axis line and where you get purchase and where you can get to that beaver tail, how high up you can get your hand up on that grip is really, really close in line with that bore, and its ejection port, everything, or rather, the where it ejects and how those gases come out, it really does keep your hand better in line. So if you're dealing with muzzle flip and you're going to the range and your firearm isn't working out for you, maybe you try out a CZ, or you're having the opposite problem. You're overcompensating. You're pulling to the right. Maybe the trigger. Maybe you look into the idea of going to an armorer and saying, is your trigger pull correct? Or maybe you go to an instructor and seeing if your trigger pull mechanics are incorrect because you're doing it wrong for that firearm. You pick up another firearm and you realize, oh, wait, no, I'm pulling the trigger correct immediately out of the box. Then it might be the trigger, that you learned your mechanics correctly, but your finger length and your strength and your size and the way that you draw and everything, because every single human being is different. Maybe that's just different. Maybe that if you want that on that weapon system for that reason, that you need to go to an armorer to have that installed so that you have that, so that you train with that. And then that means that your perfect weapon all of a sudden became something with a trigger from possibly a third party installed by a professional. And then you pick up one off the shelf and you realize that the original trigger you have was crap, has a lot of creep, feels like there's sand and grit every single time you tried to pull it back to the rear, that you try to do it without flinching and you always flinch because it doesn't have your trigger anymore. What's the perfect weapon? The one you found, you got trained with, you got instructed with, was a professional, someone licensed. I'm no longer licensed, someone who has a up to date, they know what they're doing, look up good reviews, licensed to be able to correct and be open to good critique, good criticism for the idea of that doesn't just seem to be the one for you. Maybe a lighter load or whatnot. That's why the 38 special was used for so long. It was the balancing act. Use a revolver that won't snag. It's reliable. The magazine won't jam. You won't have a stoppage that's anything, blah, 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 blah. And also, anyone can handle a 38 special, can't they? No, some people can't actually. Depending on who you are, it is, while I would not recommend it, you could decide that your best everyday carry for your own self-defense, that your skill set and what's perfect for you somehow ended up being a 22 long rifle, like Smith & Wesson, like M&P 22. I think their pistol 22 is just called the L20 or something like that. Like their M&P 9, M&P 40, M&P 45. I don't think their M&P, that might be their rifle configuration for their arrow pattern rifle. I think they might call it the M&P 22 for that as well. But you might find that your perfect is like, oh, that's a weak round. Yeah, it's a weak round until you realize that my shot placement makes it not a weak round. That my ability to control this weapon makes it so that every shot I landed, and it's like, oh, well, you self-load your 22 rounds to make sure they have a little extra powder, they cycle properly, everything, and everyone could laugh at you for that. And they laugh until you perform with your weapon properly, and they're over there swinging their brass balls around talking about how 45 ACP brother or nothing, and they can't even hit paper. What's the perfect weapon? I can't answer that. Is my I can't answer that. The Taurus PT 709 is a great. I remember that from a long time ago. I used to train people on that all the time. The Taurus took the Brazilian factory from Beretta, and that's how they got their biggest start of quality weapons. So Taurus that's the reason why any of their weapons are good in the first place. They got all the molds from Beretta. Like when their Brazilian factory shut down and Taurus bought it, Beretta didn't realize that they actually sold the molds and that they couldn't legally do anything from them producing more M9s. So Taurus got their upstart from actually just producing from official Beretta molds the M9 and stamping it with the Taurus insignia, and completely legal because Beretta just sold the factory as is with molds and all. There's a random little history lesson for you. What would I so but now they're known as like the Raging Bull Company. Like if you want to get like a 500 blah 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 whatever. What would a trainer recommend? Go to a firing range with professional people that work there, with professional people. Okay, first things first. Go to find a reputable firing range that has instructors that you can consult, or people behind the counter that have licensure to instruct, or people who didn't just get this as a side hustle. They're working basically from a pawn shop kind of mentality of they don't know what they're handling. Someone that at least maybe is an armorer or something that works at the firing range. Someone who knows something about the weapons that they are possibly letting you borrow. Go to that firing range that you've done your research on and make sure that they let you rent weapons that you can rent to use on the firing range. And if you're confident enough that you've been trained on another weapon before, you can go to the firing range and try it yourself, or hire someone to go with you for a training session so that you can, maybe they have a deal where for an hour you can switch out weapons as often as possible. A lot of ranges do an hour, 2 hours. There's subscriptions to some firing ranges that you can try as many weapons as you want to, where you pay for that service. Then when you're on the range, make sure everyone on the range is being safe. That's what a trainer would recommend. Immediately make sure you're everything to do with what I'm saying so far is don't do anything that's not safe. Make sure the range is reputable. Make sure the people handing you the weapons know what they're doing so they don't hand you a loaded weapon, because these are used. People are swapping it all the time. I don't want one with one in the chamber because someone's being an idiot and they aren't doing it by regulation, like making sure that you have a board checker because there's a piece of plastic in there telling me that nothing could be in the chamber, and that the mag is out of it. That they know what they're doing so they can help guide you, that you might have like an instructor with you, or if you're that confident, you go out on the range and the first thing you do is you look at everyone else on the range to make sure they're following range rules so you won't die trying to get in practice. And then you fire that weapon And then you try to do yes, no, what's going on? How would you view it? You move on to the next one and the next one and the next one, and you find out what you're comfortable with. And then you settle in, and then you kind of narrow it down. And then you finally kind of just settle into, these are the ones that my instructor and the range and the people and those that are more knowledgeable than me and with my knowledge set and what I've trained with know. And this is what I'm settling into. And then you put in the time, and that's going to cost you money until you realize that dry firing costs you nothing except for your neighbor's life if you don't do it properly and make sure you clear that bore. Do not ever. That's why I never teach dry firing in the first session. Don't teach someone to dry fire when you didn't teach them to make sure that that bore is clear no matter what, when they're deciding to pull that trigger for any other reason, because you know what's beyond your sight, and anyone in their living room is just like, I'm just going to pull the trigger over and over. Oops, it shot my neighbor's dog. Like, no, don't do that. I hate that shit. It happens. Negligent discharges are the #1 cause of death if you're under 18 years old. The #1 cause in the US for death of 18 and under are guns. Not disease or flu or a pandemic or anything. It's not by, I mean, suicide numbers do account for that, but, or by, car accident, or by, random, whatever, or combine all of them. I believe you can combine all of the other top 9 reasons for death of under 18 years old in America, and they equal how many die to guns each year. And there's a reason for that. And it's because of negligent adults and negligent children, because of being taught by negligent adults and negligent adults continuing on that thing with more negligent children. And then the idea of how it's locked up and all. If you want from a trainer's perspective, safety, 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 safety. And then after that, practice, 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 practice. Proper practice. Proper practice to get you results. You want to be cheaper about your practice so you can get more range time in? Just get a 22 upper to whatever you're shooting. I guarantee if it's a semi-auto pistol, there's probably a 22. It won't be the same, but some of it of your mechanics training, if it's the same grip and you change out your slide and your barrel, and you just use a mag that actually fills the mag well, but feeds in 22 long rifle, buy 1,000 22 long rifle and get range time in. And then do what people in competitions do and people that are in the military do. Go find a place that will train you properly under stress. I don't know what you're going to use it for, but you know what? If you're using it in competitions are stressful. We'll do it by competition stand. They're stressful. I don't know if you've ever been first to shoot or last to shoot or middle of the pack, or that you're 12th, or that your qualifying day is the first day, second day, third day, or if you're used to shooting in front of 2 people or 200 people. That's stressful. Or theoretically, because it's just hypothetically and theoretically, I guess if you do the same things, stressful because you're shooting in front of 200 people, but it's because you're defending yourself and you don't want to hit the other 200 people. That kind of logic, fill in the blank for why you would be unholstering a weapon and firing around 200 other people, but you don't want to hit them. And there's a reason to unholster it. I'm not saying that you're trying to cause harm to anyone. I'm just saying you had a reason to do it that was completely legal in the place you live. All of it comes to safety first, but you've got to get the time in. So, and part of that time would be, all right, well, if you need a cheaper way to do it, get range time in with a 22. Will it be the exact same as the load you're using? No. Finish your range time off by switching out your barrel and your slide. Put in your actual mag, put in the actual rounds. Because, what are you training out? Jerking the trigger, having a limp wrist and getting stoppages, getting a good purchase on it, getting as much, 90% or more of that, grip being covered by flesh of yours so that it is not slipping, going anywhere, that kind of thing. That you are getting rounds downrange consistently where you're actually aiming. That for where it is, even for a 22 long rifle, that even if it starts spitting out and doing what 22 long rifles will do, if you're not using a 1022 that's fine-tuned by Ruger or something like that, that you're still getting in the range time. And then have an instructor help you go through the things like, even if it's just playing loud crowd noises, loud competition, loud idea of other people are also qualifying while you're trying to do a 3-gun, running courses while others are making sure that the course is safe for you to shoot on and be on, but can still scare the piss out of you so that your adrenaline is spiking. Make sure that you even know how to breathe properly. Are you doing power breaths to make sure, bro, do you even breathe properly? I don't care about your leg day when you have a weapon in your hands. I care about your breath control sometimes when you have a weapon in your hands. Are you making sure that you're taking sharp inhales, deep exhales to get your sympathetic system going so you're actually training your body under stress in the worst case? So that when you're landing a shot in worst case, you could easily land it under best case scenarios. And then if you can do all of that with the firearm, that's the perfect firearm for you. If you have to make a choice, the one you did all that with, that is the perfect firearm. And even if you find out another one has a better trigger and it feels better, it's not the perfect choice firearm for you until you put in the same damn work with that firearm. That is my take on that. And does it lead to a clear answer? No, because if I give a clear answer, I am a terrible, never listen to me trainer and instructor. Never take another bit of advice from me if I don't give you an answer like that. It should be ambiguous because the systems that you can run and I can run and anyone else can run are going to be different depending on training. Our hand sizes are different. Our lifestyle is different. What we use them for are different between 10. So if anyone else gives you an answer other than that, just get yourself a Glock and you're fine. Then fucking run. That's all I can say. If they want to tell you anything else, run. Because unless you are mandated by your precinct or by the people that you swear in to actually protect this country, domestic and abroad, whatever you're using, I don't care what it is, unless you are mandated to use that firearm and you had to get perfected with that firearm, then the best firearm is the one that you built your skill set with. That's the one. So if we both, and the best way to show that would be like, if in competition you come up against me and I don't beat you not because of the weapons, because you're better with your systems than I'm better with my systems. Well, then that's how it works. That's why you can bring your rifle and I bring mine. You can bring your shotgun and I bring mine. You bring your pistol and I bring mine. Because that's how that works. That's also why I have one other point of advice. There is something to be said with training with things that you think you might need to handle. So if you have a range near you that lets you rent and you think you might need to handle another firearm, let me put it in a way again that Twitch and YouTube might not cancel me for. Let's say for safety purposes, for competition's sake, always make sure you can do this with certain circuits. You register that a backup firearm of yours is a firearm that somebody else is, because you have a friend, you have a brother, you have a sibling, you have a sister, or you have an uncle or an aunt, or a niece or a nephew. You're older and you can have that, or you have a son like I do and they decide to compete and you're still competing, and they have a firearm and you know that you'll be around it and you might fire that firearm. There's something to be said of getting proficient with that system, even if it's not your perfect choice firearm. If you know that you'll come into contact with it because you've got a lot of law enforcement friends and they're all being issued, a Glock 19 or 17, there's something to be said about, I'm not going to push the Glock on you, but maybe you should know how to fire it and get used to the idea of, you're not trying to, God, that first episode of The Walking Dead, where it's like, make sure your safety's off. And Rick says that, Rick Grimes says that to another officer, and the officer fiddles with a Glock, and to make it look like he's flipping off the safety, he actually is thumbing the slide catch. Oof. It's in episode 1 that he's trying to tell somebody else of, like, he's making it sound all excited, and Rick's trying to be the responsible one, being basically like, get your nerves back in check, make sure your system's up and running, make sure your safety's off. The things you would say as an instructor, as generalizations. And what they didn't catch is, I don't know why they didn't, but what What do they do in that first episode? They allow the actor to like fiddle around with it and treat the slide catch as a safety and act like he's trying to toggle that. There's no safety on. You can't buy a Glock with a safety. It's a third party part, or they have to be issued from Glock. Glock does absolutely make safety versions of some of their firearms for very, very niche markets. But you won't run into one at like an Academy Sports and Outdoors. Unless in the last month that changed. But yeah, the only other reason to have more than like a perfect choice firearm, more than one for you, that it would be that what you come into contact with. The last reason would be personal reasons. Let's say that you actually like want to be let's say that you have, okay. You found out that for your purposes, for what you wanted, and this is all competition theoretically, you know, we're talking about competition mostly, that the weapon, the pistol, let's say, we keep going to pistols, that you settled on is a 3.7-inch barrel. Well, that shortened your sight radius, didn't it? So that made it so it's harder for you to land a perfect, accurate shot getting out to distance. So that 15 feet is fine for you. 20 feet is fine for you. 25 is getting a little wonky. 30 feet is, When we start talking about, you know, instead of feet, we start talking about yards, and we're getting out to 15 yards. And I'm going, like I'm looking at you firing, but I know what's wrong is that like you're, you know, under stress, under pressure and everything. You need that longer sight radius. That's what you're looking for. That might send you down a path. You know, competition sometimes calls for, I'm running out of breath. Competition sometimes calls for different things in different situations. Maybe your subcompact or your compact works a bit better, but the barrel size and the sight radius is really doing you dirty when you're trying to get out there and lay down longer shots in the competition, that you realize that, you know, you're realizing you're going to have to reach out and touch targets a little easier than you can do. It might lead you down a rabbit hole of acquiring another pistol and another pistol. At that point, the same process is repeated, but you're going to want to stay proficient with all of those. So then there is a situation where somebody could be proficient with a dozen different just pistols alone, from the ones they own, from what they started with to they got so proficient with it in competition only, Twitch and YouTube, that they decided to up to a 4.1-inch barrel. Maybe they decided to, they heard the praises of the CZ line, and so they switched over there and they got like maybe a PO7. They really realized that the interchangeable mags, they got a PO9. But then, you know, the same kind of feel of it. And then they found out like the Shadow 01 is like the record holder for almost everything. As of a few years ago, I think a few different handguns could do it. But then you branched out and you found, like I and others have found, like an FNS that has a good stippling to it, or that you found like the Walther PPQ, or that your hand, and you went down this rabbit hole of, for this situation, this competition where I'm wearing these gloves, I mean, I'm reaching out to these targets, or I'm using in this, in this order, I'm going pistol first and then rifle and then shotgun, or I'm backtracking, I'm using shotgun, I'm going to rifle, I'm going to my pistol as my last, depending on the competition, it could be 3-gun, it could be something else, because they all run the rules differently on how they do it, or if they even tell you what weapon system is at what station, and you just have to, adapt to it. Maybe it is that when you switch to your secondary, you switch from rifle to a pistol, you do better with one pistol, but when you start with a pistol because you have to get a system up, you do better in a competition with that pistol going to a rifle. That's possible. It is possible for a grip of one system to throw you off from another, so that you have a rifle that its grip really throws you off from getting a good purchase on your pistol, but your pistol doesn't throw you off from getting a good purchase on your rifle. Well, you can change out the grips of one of the two, but a pistol is only so malleable and that you can change so many things about until you're getting into specialized territory. And there's so many things you can do for what system of rifle before you're spending a lot of money, before you're just like, damn, I'll just get the one that feels correct for that order that I'm using it in. This is my primary system. This is my secondary that I can pull from holster safely from, or pull from table. And that if it's not in that situation, if I'm starting with that, maybe this pistol without anything else involved, I shoot better than in both situations with that one. That already puts you at 3. We haven't even talked about a shotgun. Like, you can go down a rabbit hole. I don't know what that answer is, but I do know no matter how many you get, don't slack. Put in the work. My biggest pet peeve is collectors that didn't put in the work. I'm sorry, but ask anyone who's actually proficient and anyone who gives a damn about the life of others, for wildlife, for anyone that they didn't mean to shoot. But you're not going to be perfect. You're not going to stay perfect, and you're not going to get anywhere near but your proficiency will be determined by how much work and how seriously you take it. So my honest advice from someone who's trained others: take it seriously from the beginning. I know the bull day. I'm talking to Christian still over on YouTube that asked that one. Take it seriously from the beginning. Make sure that what you're using it for, it fits with that. Train yourself in safety first. And part of your safety training will be about weapon control. Part of your safety training will be about how to grip it properly, how to load, unload, how to clear stoppages, how to prevent negligent discharge or anything like that. And as you progress through it, when it comes to anything like that, remember this is something that is made for, you can use for competition, but at the end of the day, you are holding something that was originally created to kill. And let's say as hunting, let's not even put people in there. Hunting, to be able to more easily not have to chase with a spear, that these things are many times created out of necessity so that you're not having to figure out how to, between 2 dank valleys 5,000 years ago, how to make sure that your crops are supplemented with meat, and it's not just from farming, that you can actually actively go out 10,000 years ago and get it. Some of these things were created to also supplement that. So many hoops to jump through to not get in trouble saying all of this. Do realize that these are things that kill. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. At the end of the day, they kill. They're meant to help human beings kill animals for food, to protect their property and their lives, and finally, we are at a point in civilization where they can be used for sporting. And if this world could only use firearms for sporting and nothing else, I'd be very happy, because it means that the world is safer because people are better. But unfortunately, people are people. And in general, human beings are just the worst humans ever. I really prefer dogs as humans and humans as humans, because humans are pretty bad. So there'll always be people who have power trips. There'll always be people who are less diligent and more negligent than you. And there'll always be people who don't take it as seriously as you. So make sure that when you're thinking about perfect choice firearm, sometimes you have to take into consideration those people as well. So every now and then, your perfect choice firearm might also be, you got to have a safety on it, because you got that one impulsive person that you know around that maybe the safety won't do anything, or maybe they won't think to flip that thing down, and it might stop them because you did everything right, and they still reached it. You're coming away from a competition, they're acting like an asshole, and they still reach toward the front seat where you have it secured to your waist after a competition or locked up, and they take it. Someone you trust rips it from you like it's a joke, and there is one in the chamber. You might opt to have a safety because of that person. I don't know if you're around that person. I specifically probably would never have that person as a friend, because if they're that negligent, there's probably other parts of their lives I don't want to be around. But yeah, you might all of a sudden, your perfect choice firearm might suddenly have a safety on it, because you can't trust the people you're around, or the neighborhood, or the people you give rides to, or the people you even go back and forth to competitions with or something like that. But competitions are going to require you to have a safety on it anyway. But you know, this is a hypothetical. If a competition could suddenly not have you have your prove that your firearm is safe, which technically for a pistol you are allowed to show that chamber empty with an orange flag, so you can flag it and it is counted as safe, bores clear. Depends. It really depends, and that basically was to allow polymer weapons into these competitions. When you know Glocks just did not come with safeties. And revolver safety is just the heavy drag of like 5 to 8 pound trigger of a double action before you cock the trigger and everything like that, or cock the hammer. Yeah, that's it. I'll and to pull it back to all the way to competition. In my personal experience in competition, I have, in the course of only, I'll say in the first 4 years of competing, from 14 to, I'll say 3 years, up to age 17, of learning different weapon systems and whatnot, I went through 3 pistols, I think, until I found one I could compete with on a reasonable level, because you can operate a handgun under 21 under the supervision. So yeah, you can compete as well. At least in 96 you could. Not quite sure about the legislation. Please check your local laws. I believe in that period of time, I went through 3 semi-automatic, semi-auto pistols, 1 revolver as the first thing that they thought I could shoot safely, and that didn't work out, but it worked for me for a bit. 2 different shotguns, 2 bolt actions, and 2 semi-auto rifles. I didn't own all of those. By far, I did not own all of those. But that's how many I went through in just a span of 3 years to learn, to be proficient, to find what works for me, to be on the range, to be on a competitive level that I'm not making a fool out of myself. Because I competed with firearms and archery at that age. So I did all those types of things, extracurricular, whatever. Anything I could basically get my hands on to do extracurricular that I found that I had a knack for, I usually got pushed into. So like being a painter was something competing with firearms was just a lucky set of shots at, I think it's just still called Wolf Creek. But I went, you're looking at like, you know, almost half a dozen weapons I just named off right there, just for 3 years of trying to be proficient in competition. As I got older and I learned the value of being proficient under stress, being proficient under stress and knowing that no matter how hard your heart is racing, how blurry your eyes feel, how heavy your arms feel, how much it feels like, you know, your body needs nutrients, sustenance, and a damn fucking break. Add in another dozen pistols that I went through of being with proficiency. Only about half a dozen shotguns, and unfortunately, for circumstances that I have my own PTSD of things that happen, I'd say about 2 dozen different rifle platforms. Not all owned, but many of them under the tutelage of people that are better than me. As somebody who could train others and was paid to train other people, I consistently also got training during that time. I don't think there's any time that I was an instructor that I also wasn't getting instruction for what I was doing. So if you're even taking the recommendations of someone who's been a firearms instructor before and trained other people, I never stopped my own training during that same time. I found people who were better than me. And I'm sure they found people better than them. And unless you're like Mullenix or something like that, who like has the world records for like shots on target for like every platform and has the JM line of shotguns that are for competition, and he's got proteges that probably can outshoot just about anyone else in the world, no matter the situation type deal. Like no matter what the situation is type deal. Since every person's it just depends. Being proficient in what is needed for, if you need to reach out and touch, I mean, are you trying to reach out and touch without ear protection? Then you might have to get proficient with a bolt action. Then you find out you need ear protection. You don't need the bolt action. You get it with semi-auto. You find out you're trying to reach out and touch up to 600, meters and whatnot. And you want to go back to bolt action, but you don't want to go back to the bolt action that you were canning before because you were out to 200 to 300 meters. You put a can on that and you put a bolt so you didn't have to have the blowback or any of the gases shooting back at you from the semi-auto from the cycling of the other round, because it all blows out the front, so that your cannon, you're using subsonic rounds, and you don't like subsonic, or you don't like using supersonic with a can will actually quiet it down. It won't make it ever sound like the mute movie sound. That's actually, I could give a whole history lesson on where the pew 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 sound from movies comes from, but it comes from a lot of fake misnomer, and there is no weapon ever that sounds like that unless it's a BB gun that's canned with a suppressor on it. Maybe they can sound like that movie pew pew pew, and that's it. And I believe you're looking at, that's exactly how some of the first recorded silence weapons were done, were BB guns with a can on them. But even when it comes to long range reaching out and touching something, you can find quickly, like you can go through a few weapon systems, and I can't tell you which ones. Like should you pick up should you ascribe to like a brand? Well, if you got a brand deal, you should. Like if Beretta is willing to sponsor you, I'd get really good with all their weapons. Because if you get good enough in competition circuits to wear someone's logo, you probably should be very perfect choice firearm is going to be anything in their lineup. And you should get really proficient with their lineup because you're wearing their logo. It makes it a lot cheaper for you because they'll pay for your ammo too. It's all dependent, And if you have to switch systems because you have to use their lineup, then I don't know, get an armor to switch it up to make it so it works for you. But like, you see, long range weapons are just video games are the worst for trying to teach how long range weapons actually work. Listen, here's the real deal. If you want to know about long range weapons, I'm not going to talk about it because I've already been talking long enough, and I need to turn up this oxygen. Looking forward to expanding my experience and wanted to see if it was a good idea to just stay safe with what I already know. It's a good idea. Christian, it is a good idea that if you're curious about expanding your horizons, to do so legitimately under the tutelage of someone who knows what they're doing, or that if you have training enough that you know how to safely operate and you know how to, good mechanics, you have a very, very solid foundation that you can at least start operating that new system, that if you can go somewhere and rent that system and see if you want to expand your experience in that way, just find somewhere that gives you a subscription price or something like that you can for free swap out and rent as many as you want to. Like per month you can rent 8 or something like that, 8 different free or something. There's different subscription models and whatever basically makes it the least expensive for you, and then cut that subscription off as soon as you know what experience level you want to get to. If you want to expand it, there's no problem with that. I don't admonish anybody or say wag. I will never sit here and wag my finger at somebody who wants to safely and reliably learn how to operate more systems, because at least I know one thing about that person. They took it seriously enough to put in the work so that if something happens and they decide to make an impulsive choice to turn that weapon outside of a competition setting into another setting, that I can at least know they can operate it at a capacity that the people that they didn't mean to point it at won't have it pointed at them, and the people they didn't mean to hurt won't get hurt. And that is why I will never rub someone's nose in the idea of expanding horizons. And if that expanding horizons is the idea of things like what I've been through, of I've had to handle so many systems that I need to learn systems that I might have to handle, then maybe that's the way you go about it. Or if it's other situations I've laid out for competition, then maybe that's the way you go about it. If you're someone like me that's taught other people, then you have to learn different things. But I'm not gonna ever get on to somebody who decided to be responsible, expand the horizons, because what are you doing for me? You're making sure that if I'm in a crowd, you are one less liability for me not leaving that crowd because of some deranged person grandstanding on their bigoted, biased, derogatory thoughts and statements, deciding to be a threat to others, and that you responded to a threat in kind. I don't have to look at you, somebody who wants to learn properly under all circumstances, competition or not. I don't have to look at you as being just as big of a liability as they are, because you are saying responsible things. Like, you're just looking forward to whether you want to expand your experience, expand your horizon, or want to see if that's a good idea, or stay safe with what you know, or like, do you want to go for? You're basically asking, do you go forward with what you got? Do you move forward with what you already know, or do you go? You're making it so someone like me doesn't have to look at you and think that you might be the bigger threat because you have the best intentions. That shit scares us. Which one do you think I'm more scared of all of my years of firearm experience and firearms training of other people? Those who have malicious intent, or those that have the best intentions? Spoiler, it's at people who have the best. That is absolutely. I am scared shitless from inexperienced people who have good intentions. So I will never get on to you about the idea of, go ahead. Yeah, as long as you're following good procedure and protocol, go see if something else that it would expand your experience does a thing for you, for the thing that you're looking forward to do for you. Do it responsibly, do it under guidance, get better with it, see if it's what you're going for. And then if it's not, keep expanding your horizons. If that's the thing for you, do it. More power to, and if you've got the income to be able to do it with and be able to practice properly, get it done. Do it all day, every day, twice on Sunday. Why not? You're just making the world a little safer for me. So that, you know, for some reason, we're both in the same crowd or Walmart or something like that, and you're behind me in the aisle and you saw a threat before I did over my shoulder, that you don't all of a sudden shoot me with good intention. I appreciate that. I really do. Expand them. And when it comes to things that are deadly and dangerous, always expand your horizons until you learn one thing. All of your shortcomings. If you're going to handle dangerous things like firearms, anything dangerous, learn it not until you're perfect with it. I don't give a shit if you're the best shot in the world, if you accidentally then turn around and kill the crowd. See, that's what I don't care about. I don't care if you're the best shot ever to be seen, that you can hit a penny 300 miles away. I don't care if you accidentally then negligently kill everyone behind you watching you make the shot. Why would I care? When you handle dangerous things, you train until you know every single shortcoming you've got with that deadly device. And if that means you need to expand your horizons to other platforms so that you know every shortcoming you've got, because people who think they have no shortcomings get me and others killed in the name of trying to do the right thing or doing the best or being responsible gun owners and carrying in public and trying to protect the public and being blah, blah, blah. And I want to be the hero in case there's something that happens tragic around me, being able to stop the assailants. And instead you accidentally stop your best friend who was in the 2 aisles ahead of you because you were negligent. Probably less deaths if you had never had a weapon and just let them finish filling out their magazine. because these things are real life things. They do translate, and they're awful. They're horrific. They're things that I should put up a sensor warning right now, of trigger warning. I don't want to upset you. Don't want to make you feel like you're listening to me and watching the news at the same time. But I'm going to tell you something the news won't tell you. You can't stop awful people from doing awful things. You can stop responsible people from doing awful things. And part of that is just imparting a little bit of wisdom to every single person that you come across that you realize has true, heartfelt, good intentions with what they're doing. Whether it's competition or protecting people that they love and cherish, or protecting other just citizens, and reminding them that they're a liability unless they're proficient. That they're a danger to you and everyone else around if they think just owning the thing is a protection. And so for you to ask questions that are significant like that, Christian, of like expanding your experience and wanting to see if you want a good idea, or just stay safe with what you already know, that's the kind of question as an instructor I would love to hear. I want to hear more of it. I want to hear your reasons for why you want to expand your experience. I want to know what it is you feel is your boundaries of staying safe. And I want to take someone like you and train you so hard and long until you know exactly that you look at me and say, you can't make that shot because it's a meter too far out. And I'm looking at you like, what are you talking about? Well, with the load I'm carrying right now, I pack my own loads. They got extra powder in it. With I know it actually, no matter the conditions, the rifling in my barrel of this particular weapon, when you actually go out to about 316 yards, I can't hit 317. At 316, even when I compensate for the wind and everything, when you can look at me and explain to me why something can't, it seems like such a nuanced thing. It's not. These are real life circumstances. Games ruin people for thinking like, oh, long shot, 100 yards. No, it's not. That is called a standard. Get the hell off my range if you can't make that with a long gun. You better be able to shoot to 200. 200 meters is a minimum, or please don't have a long, but like, close quarters is completely different. And competition will ask you, when you do competitions, if you do competition circuits, they'll ask you to turn that long range weapon into a short range weapon very often. So you'll see people who have canted sights, canted red dots, things like that. My preferred, Faye, thank you for the resub tier 1 over on Twitch. Snuck in while I worked for 5 minutes to say hi. Hi, I'm talking about something way weird. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. It's so loud in my ear. I really appreciate that. This is where I sound a bit preachy about it, but I'm really, really preachy about these things because they quickly turn from competition to life and death, even if you didn't mean for them to be life and death real fast. And if for all 20 people on YouTube and like a dozen or so, or 10 or 12, 15, I don't know on Twitch that only 1 or 2 are talking, but like the numbers keep like wildly skewing on my side, where I'm just like, oh, there are like quite a few people. No, they're not. Yes, there are. Even if this many people have sat through it, and I need to now go catch my breath and sleep if I can, just do this for me. And not much. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well too, Faye. If you could do me one favor for listening to me for this long, for asking that question, that I think I, as thoroughly as I could, answered that question and not get kicked out of Twitch and YouTube. If you could do one favor for me, the next time you see someone with really good intentions making some poor decisions, don't be mean, don't be judgmental, don't come down with them on an iron fist, don't act like you're holier than thou, but maybe take, for anything I might have got wrong, get it even better than I said it, and impart that wisdom to them too. Even if it's as little as, train yourself to failure, and where your limit is. You should always train until you know exactly where you fail, and that you're not finished being better until you know your limitations, because that is the real beginning of your proficiency. I might have to delete this. On YouTube, I won't have to delete this. On Twitch, maybe we'll have to delete this. Just anything I've said, if you impart that, the safety parts, that's what I care about. I don't care about all this gun ownership stuff. I don't, like, I've always tried to, I don't care about partisan anything because all of it's hackery right now anyway. It's all everyone reading off of a script. So I'm not, I used to, when I was younger, I said to throw people off. I'm like, I'm a gun-toting Democrat, just to make people look at me weird and go, what'd you say? Because I live in the South, and that's apparently something that doesn't exist. I don't make jokes like that anymore because they don't land anymore. They don't, the political landscape is something I want to stay out of and not bring, because this is a life and death thing. So if for anything that, if you've been listening long enough and you've been asking for wisdom of somebody who's trained others and had ups and downs and all these things, please impart the safety things I've said. The rest of it doesn't even matter. Not before the safety. Safety first. Safety. Just get more people being responsible and safe with this shit. Lock your shit up when you're not using it. Know how to handle it. Don't ever think that you know everything about it. Train yourself to the point of failure. Know every one of your shortcomings. With a deadly device, know every one of them. And until you know all of them, you're not safe. You're not a safe person to be around and have that thing fired around or operated around or anything. Do you want to be around a forklift operator that doesn't know what they can and can't lift with the forklift? You want to be one of the Reddit memes of the forklift tipped over? Or do you want to be one of the Reddit memes that get censored 18 plus only, not safe for work, where that forklift crushed and killed a coworker? It's not just about guns, it's everything. You want to work, if you work construction, you don't want to work with the guy that wears slick shoes. Their boots are slick on the bottom while they're laying down roof next to you. And you know you might have to catch their ass, but by doing it, they're going to drag you off the roof with them. I understand. Thank you. Safety is rule. Yeah. Safety is rule number one. And tell all your friends the same thing. And safety really, as an instructor, safety really means I taught you until you knew your limitations. The next step of me training you as an instructor is for us to push what your limitation, what your shortcomings were, further and further out. That is step two. With like, once we start using weapons, I want to train you to learn every single way that you fail. I want to train you to learn how much you suck in every way that you might suck, so that you understand to not try to operate outside of your limits. And then one thing after another, we are going to knock those things down, and you're going to go from sucking to being mediocre to being proficient to an extent, to being extremely proficient. And all of a sudden, the thing that was your limitation at 15 meters is now, a limitation at 150 meters. That's what I want to train you to. That's why I would want you to that to happen with you. That's exactly what I do. Because that's safe, right? That's the safe. How could you at all in a civilian world train someone any safer than that? Make sure that they can operate that thing and show them, yeah, you can't operate that outside of 10 yards if you're tired and shaking. If I clap my hands behind you and startle you a bit, you throw your shot. 10 yards is your limit. We will train at 10 yards. And then I won't tell you the day that we get it to 11. I'll push that target to 11. I'll push it to 12. I'll clap. I'll scare the shit out of you. We'll push it to 15 yards. I want you to see landing all 10s and 9s. We'll get you to 20. One day we'll just be at the range, and you won't realize that their limitation for the pistol side of the range is 25 yards, and we're at that. But when I started with you, your limitation was 10 yards. And I said, don't dare you ever try to take that shot out of 10 yards yet. Don't you dare discharge that pistol at something further than 10 yards out. Because that was your limitation. That was your shortcoming. That was your point of failure. And then I want to push that further and further on. Now your point of is I can't even do it at that range because we're at the 25-yard backstop. I want you to feel like you get more and more proficient and safe, and you stay safe with it. You stay proficient. You stay on target. All the mechanics are there, and you get confidence and you get everything. Because here's another thing I can't teach very well: confidence. How do I teach confidence with someone who can't even hit paper at 20 yards? And I insist, well, I'll just move it to 15, but I won't move it any closer. You must hit that paper at 15 yards. I can't teach you confidence there, but I can teach you confidence that, well, we're at 5. Let's go to 10. We're at 10. Let's go to 11. Well, it's not a big deal. Yeah, it is. It's a big deal to those 3 feet of something you're shooting at. It's a real big deal. Your eyes focus a little different. You get out to 15, you realize the way your eyes focus at 5 is different at 15. Keeping that front sight and focus at all times as you lay it over what you're shooting at, because both eyes open, front sight and focus off. It's different at 5 yards, 15 yards. You're at 25 yards. We get the same at a rifle. I train you the exact same way. Your limitation is the standard 200 meters. I'm going to train you. I keep saying yards and meters. Forgive me. I'm going to train you out to 200 meters. Don't you dare go to 201. Maybe your limitation was 50. Guess what? Beauty of sighting at a rifle at 200 is usually that it's going to be exactly zeroed at 50 as well. So maybe I started you at 50 and said, don't you dare go to 51 yards or meters. There's a reason for that, because your sight is the round is still climbing. So I need you to get good with your irons, maybe a scope, maybe a red dot, maybe whatever it is that you're wanting to train with. I want to train you till you fail, and you know where you fail, and you know where you need to be better. And then I want to train you to be better. I want to train you to be the best that you can be. And then I want to drill you back into the ground of saying, and the best you can be better. And if you dare come to my range thinking that you're the best, either prove it in competition or in, with armed force or something like, prove it there, or shut up and just get better. Because no matter how good you are, you could be better. Don't stop being better. And if you regress, then just admit that you regress. And I guess the last point I would point out is that I found a trend. Take this with a grain of salt. I found a trend in training people that, as somebody who used to get, stipends, used to train others, used to get paid to train others, that sometimes you'd run into clients that you haven't seen in like months. They just show back up. They're just back and it's your job to get them, they think that they're going to be right back to where they were. And you got to rein them on in, being like, nah, no, you're not. No. That's not, you had trained, but you're not that good. And, I gotta show them, hey, listen, we got to rein it back in. But in doing that, I found that those who are willing to put in the work, and I haven't experienced this many times, so take it with a real grain of salt. I have gone years between, and my longest stretch is damn near a decade of somebody not getting range time in practice. And then when getting that range time in practice back in, they were still proficient, like they hadn't stopped practicing all the way up to a point. Now, what that point was, whether if it was they got through all safety and then they couldn't land a shot, or they could land shots up to a certain yardage and then all of a sudden everything just falls apart, or they could shoot irons but not a scope, or vice versa, scoped but not irons, or the red dot threw them off. They have a different, they used to be really good at it, but the red dot throws them off as soon as they're at, outwards of 35 yards or something like blah, blah, blah. Take it with a grain of salt. Train yourself to be good enough that that where your point of failure is at rest. And then I'd love to have you around me, no matter if you're armed or not, for any situation we're in. It wouldn't bother me at all. Whether it's a competition or in a crowd, it wouldn't bother me. Because yeah, there are some people who might go 10 years without shooting a firearm. you'd be surprised depending on the type of training they went through, whether military trained them or they're civilian trained, but they took it very seriously, and all the in-betweens, that, you know, there's some level of retention. And dry firing can go a long, long way, but some people don't have access to that either. Know where you land when you're rusty. And then you're gold. At that point, in my opinion, in my very biased and flawed opinion, when you know your failure point at your best and at your worst, when it was yesterday last you practiced and yesteryear you last practiced, then you're golden, because you're able to tell me, I haven't practiced in forever. Let's hit 15. Like, let's not move it past that. You're telling me, let's start here, because that's where you're comfortable. But that means you have the cognizance to know that your training and how much repetitions you put in and the range you put down, that you probably took a break or two. You know, it was Christmas break. You're doing competitions, but it's Christmas, right? I mean, you're trying to visit family or friends, or Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, anything that you might celebrate or you don't celebrate, but your friends do. And Rangers are shut down, and the only things open are just, you know, a few Chinese restaurants that, you know, everybody who's Jewish has a tradition in Georgia to go to Chinese restaurants on, you know, on Christmas, because usually both don't celebrate. That's the thing that might be not whatever to you. You know, you take a few months break and you realize that you lose a few yards because you haven't been behind your weapon system, right? Hold on to that. From a flawed person that used to be a mentor to quite a few, hold on to that knowledge of where did you regress to with all of your, and every time you take a break, where did you regress to again? Every time you step back up to the line fresh after days, weeks, months, years, where were you at shot 1? Magazine 1. Where were your shots? And if you can do that, then yeah, you're golden. You're golden. That's the weapon system you should be using, and you know where you should be with it, and you know when you shouldn't be using it. And then, like, we're good. You've got a happy instructor, and I'll teach you anytime. Or anybody that's licensed that actually should do that YouTube. I'm not saying people should hire me. I will not take anyone that contacts me through YouTube to do that, because you just introduced Messenger again. So thank you, YouTube, for that one. And Twitch, I'm not saying that to pimp myself out. But yeah, you're making everyone happy doing that. I hope I answered all questions saying that, because when it gets to firearms, part of my passion about all of that is, one, there's from competition, and second, God, there's so many things that could just be safer and better if we just were like better people. Yeah, it's not a video game. But you asked all the right questions. I do appreciate that. And yeah, that Bull Day, a fighter that used to retire and better shot is someone that doesn't fight. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. People who are, the conditions you're trained under do dictate a lot of it. I've run into plenty of people that I'll actually leave it off with my dad. My dad hates, ever since Vietnam, hates rifles in general. My dad's a Marine, and he doesn't like any of that. He doesn't. But he did help teach me when I was younger, when I was first starting. He did help, you know, impart wisdom and knowledge and everything. I realized he was teaching me, and there were big gaps. I'm glad I could help Christian. My dad was able to, and he did the same thing for racquetball for me, and for a few things. My dad's taught me a lot. My dad's, you know, he's getting older, and it sucks. My dad's getting close to 80, and that sucks. But, you know, he taught me how to play racquetball. He taught me how to fire and how to be safe and all these things. I learned when I was older that his aversion to rifles specifically came because of his love of wildlife. And that when he was younger, he used to have a group of boys where he lived, that it was younger, and it was the race riots were going on when he was younger as well too. So there were kids that he would hang out with. My dad is half German, half Hungarian gypsy. His skin is, you compare like printer paper to his skin and go, damn, that printer paper sure has a tan. Like it's about as, European white as you can get, covered in snow. And my dad used to run with a certain crew of people when he was in like high school. I'm sure that he'd be okay with me telling this now. That during especially race riots and things like that, if they were black or whatnot, any other kind of minority that might get picked on, he over time invited more and more people to hang out with the people he was with, and they were known as a gang, but it's not a gang like when I talk about my childhood. It was just a group of kids that ganged up together to protect each other. And they used to do things like when it would get bad, they'd hop trains. Like my dad would take with these other guys, just hop on a train and get out of the city because it's getting bad, where he was growing up. And so him and other people, all skin colors, black, white, everything in between, hop a boxcar like you would think, and just go down, or hop at like a passenger train and go and visit another city and whatever, while things like blew over. Because my dad's dad died when he was in his teen years, and his mom got cancer and was sick. So my dad was like protective of a lot of people even when young. His dad, before he died, my grandfather owned a 22 long rifle, and that he gave him to. And when he gave him that long rifle, he told him to be responsible and everything with it. And he brought it with him one time while they were all hanging out. He wanted to show that he's a good shot with it. He'd been practicing with it, that his dad had taught him with it. And he said he was such a good shot that he was going to scare a bird. Now, my dad didn't realize that at that time, all the cans plinking backyard and even ranges he had been to and all the things he had trained with his dad about how to use that rifle, that the barrel had a groove at the end that was actually misplaced. To this day, I have that rifle. And with 22 long rifle, like, you really got to stabilize that small round, and they curve hard at about 26 yards, I want to say. They curve and bank hard to the right, down and to the right hard. So you can't shoot that rifle past that point. It's an older rifle, and I had it redone for him when I was younger, and he actually finally just gave it to me. But when he's backyard plinking, he's doing like 15 yards away and whatever, being taught by his dad how to fire this rifle, right? Well, he wanted to be a show-off one time and said he was going to scare a bird on a power line. And he found out that it curves to the right. He didn't train, and he was young and naive, and he didn't train to the point of failure, of knowing where he isn't successful. And him being an animal lover, owning 2 different pet shops in his life, and a guy who's allergic to all of them and still has, right now, probably sleeping at home, probably with all of his medical problems, still has a dog by his side, because I don't think he would. He tried to scare the bird and shot the bird dead on, killed it. He didn't shoot that rifle again until after he was out of the military. I might have learned a lot of lessons from different sources, from competition, from people in armed forces, from LEO, from private instructors. I might have learned a lot of lessons, but one of the first ones about learning to your limitations, and then after that, was because my dad's hesitation. And when I finally asked him, after he taught me safety and all these and stuff like that, he taught me to, say, where's, you want to shoot that one, like the one I used to shoot. And I said, yeah. He's like, okay, well, there's a problem with it, but you need to tell me what the problem is. And I told him at first, it's that you double taped your mags. He's like, yeah, but everyone double taped their mags. He has double tape mags where you can switch it. And he told me to tell him where the problem was. And I couldn't tell him. I was hitting bullseye after bullseye. I didn't understand what he was saying the problem was. He's the one that moved the target back. And all of a sudden, my bullseyes were hitting 9 and 8. A little bit to the right, a little down. But not bad. Just like, I would still hit what I'm going for. If it was a soda can, I'm barely that kind of length outside. I'd still wing the soda can. But he started pushing it back, and he's like, do you see now? And I started saying, yeah, I'm really, Jesus, I need to, hold on, let me steady. He's like, no, try again. And he moved the target back, and he had me shoot again. And it was 10, 10, 10, 10. On 22 long rifle, they're not known for the best accuracy unless they're fine-tuned to take out lights before you actually infiltrate something, like making sure light sources are down. So like the Ruger 1022 and whatnot, used for military purposes, police, LEO, all that stuff. He moved it back until I could finally see that it wasn't my skill level, it was the rifle. That the rifle, even on a bipod, even with everything, even all things controlled, that rifle will start curving. And he's like, do you need to kill something to have learned that? That was one of my first lessons. And then I learned he didn't like shooting that rifle, or any rifle. He has an aversion to them, because the first thing he killed from hubris of thinking he was showing off was an innocent bird. And the next things he killed were humans. It was also for my dad that I said, then how can you be this good so long after if you don't even practice? And he said, there's just something that sticks with you depending on how you're trained. There's something that, and I even went so far as to ask him, like, you know, what is it that sticks with you? What is it that, and I didn't understand what it would be that would stick with him and how he would even remember something like that. But then I asked him, hey, but you don't have a firearm in the house. You don't keep one like bedstand or anything protecting mom. You never have. He's like, yeah, but I don't need it. And that's when he was younger. And I asked him why. He said, because I trusted myself. I don't need that. It's a liability. I asked him, wouldn't it be better? He's like, just because I can use it doesn't mean I need it. And after asking him a bajillion ways, he finally did sit me down when I was about 16. And he finally, 16, 17, when I was working with him at Waffle House. And he re-explained what I had asked him before when he was first teaching me. And he said, when we first moved in that house, I very much judged the length of the hallway, the length of how someone could get into the house, where they'd come from, what they do. And he said, in judging that, what I can physically do doesn't necessitate a firearm. And he said, all I could think about is that you or your brother gets to the firearm somehow because I screw up and your lives end. And I said, okay. So that's what you're getting at that. I was like, but you didn't tell me the training. And he's just like, I know my training. I've gone long times. I've gone long stints. I've gone everything. And he finally told me, I know my limit. I was like, how can you know your limit after that long? And he's like, because of the same thing I showed you at the range. Because I learned that feeling like you don't know your limit costs lives. So I just always learned what he just tried to tell me, that's why I know what I can teach you and what I can't, where my limit is. And where he's like, if you notice, we never, and I didn't notice this. He's like, when I tried to show you where your instructor messed up with how you were gripping a pistol, I never moved it off of 10 yards. Did you notice that? And I said, no. He's like, because I won't shoot off of that. I was like, really? He was like, yeah, I will not take a shot further than that. I was like, because you can't hit it? He's like, no, because I know that I could hit it, but if I don't. And that's when I started understanding what my dad really tried to teach me when I was young. Like, his hubris cost him a bird's life and he loves animals. His training told him how far he could go. But then after that, he really started to realize and cherish what it is. He was like, he taught me these things are tools, what they're used for, how you should respect them, what you should do with them. And so he's the one that mostly taught me the idea of he knows. And so I asked him, like, if the situation changed, I told him, like, you decide to put your bed in a different way and they could sight you down the hallway. And I put a pistol in your hand because all of a sudden you're realizing you can't get up from bed and protect mom fast enough. You're telling me that you could land your shots. He said, yes. And it wasn't, there was no hubris, there was no confidence, there was no my dad bragging about it. He stood up after that. What I didn't realize later is that he cried because he had to admit to his son that he could still kill with a pistol after so long of not training. And he didn't want to admit that to me. That's what he had been avoiding. My dad didn't want to tell me about all that. I'll be finished in just a minute, little boy. I'm about to know that when I stand up and my O2 goes boo. I'll feel you in a sec. The point I'm just trying to make, my dad didn't even want to tell me that because his own shame, his own guilt, his own everything, his own experience. But what he did finally pass down to me was he had confidence. And then when I started training other people, I saw there's a level of confidence that you have that 30 years out, he knows what he can hit and he won't go an inch past it. That's safety. That's responsibility. That's knowing, that's truly knowing who you are, what you're dealing with, what you're handling, what situation you're in, and what you're willing to not do. And it's always more important to realize that what you don't do is just as important as what you do. And what you choose to refrain from doing, even if it feels like the right thing, refrain from doing it because you know that's a point of failure for you, or that's something in your system, or something in your life, in your system, in the way that you carry yourself, whatever you're trying to accomplish, it's a point of failure and you're not ready, or that you're too far out of practice. If that's it, then you're safe and you're competent and you're trustworthy for that to be around. And yeah, my dad taught me a lot of that. And it all comes off of he killed a bird and he didn't want to because he thought he was that good. Marines taught him how bad he was, and he figured out quickly that it was literally the rifle. But yeah, all those lessons. So I could just go on Twitter has or Twitch has a subcategory of Let's Chat where I can have Twitch streams, and the topic is me just chatting with everyone. We don't have to play a game. And actually it's the second biggest category on what people tune into on Twitch. Are you kidding me? People can just talk on Twitch and people tune in. I might start doing that to answer questions like this and see if they kick me off real fast. But I don't mind talking about stuff like this because one day I too will not be able to teach any of this. And I one day will be flawed enough. And what's the point of me having trained and learned it if I didn't teach anyone about it? Knowledge is all borrowed. None of us are thinking of something completely brand new. Even with new technology, we're using old ideas to run it. We make innovation, and the thing that's innovative, the thing that can do the new thing we're doing, that's the new part. But how we use it is all old. It's all old school. We go back and we think of problems we've tried to solve before with the same methods, and we realize the tool got better, so we use the same method again. Thoughts it's borrowed knowledge. All of this knowledge that I pass on is stuff that I've learned from other people too. I'm not some prophet or saint or some genius or anything. I'm just somebody who absorbed it and now regurgitated it. And if you regurgitate it too, it's just borrowed knowledge, and we have to pass it along. We borrow it because our lives are finite, and one day we'll die. And if we don't pass it along, and that's why I emphasize that knowledge is borrowed knowledge. Because if you borrow it, you need to return it to somebody. So don't. The only reason I go off on topics like this and take it seriously is that someone needs to know. Otherwise, why did I learn it? So that's what I got to say on the subject. I'm passionate about some things, and people always think it's like, it's video games, it's something else. It's like, sometimes it's just, no, why did I even learn it if no one else, if I don't teach it, if I don't spread something, spread the good word. What's the good word? Safety. God. And if you've looked at the news lately, we have some people who need to learn, a lot more safety and restraint and when to fire and when to not. So it's not like the things I got to say are not relevant to now. Knowledge is borrowed. And if you borrowed any of mine and found it relevant enough for you, instead of returning it to me like I'm the library, remember that the library are people who haven't checked the book out yet. With that said, Jared thought that there was a death coming up. I'll die later for Jared. Actually, there was a death that happened in this game. And Curious, thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. And Faye, for the resub tier 1, 2 months over there. Yeah, there's be that without the idiots making it. Yeah, just how somber of a note do I want ended off? I say these things because I always do in the back of my head think, and if this is the last thing you ever hear from me and I decide to tackle a serious topic, will you at least, for me, if I can't say anymore, tell somebody else? So at least my experience and my existence means something. Could you do that? That's so when I get onto some deep topics, in the back of my head, there's all of these things and people assume it's all video games and all this passion, and there's layers and layers and layers, and when it comes down to it, it's, and if tomorrow you find out that tragically I'm not here, would you to the next person you see being irresponsible while they're trying to pick out their perfect choice firearm, would you help make sure that they're not a danger? And next time you look at these things and you think you're good enough, can you reassess so you're not the one like my dad regretting his whole life killing a bird? Could you pass those things on so that like my epitaph can be, you know, yeah, I mean, he was a guy that lived and died, but at least he made sure that one person took a serious subject seriously. That's why I get so serious about things like this. That's the long and short of it. Death doesn't scare me. What happens to the people who have to survive after me is what does. That's the truth. So anyway, if you appreciate anything I said, then, you know, tell others to maybe treat it with some seriousness and not get people hurt on accident. Who said I was gonna wait till tomorrow to make the change now? I appreciate that sentiment. That's needed more and more. I'll see you guys with another one, and I'll talk to you guys, and do more and play really, really soon. But I'm gonna check out now. Bye.